In the winter of 1990, a 31-year-old man named John O'Brien was working as a professional landscaper in a quiet, normal suburb just outside of the bustling city of Chicago, Illinois. John loved his job, and he spent his spring, summer, and autumn months working outdoors, transforming people's yards, planting beautiful gardens, and laying down fresh sod. But as anyone who has ever lived in Illinois knows, the winters in Chicago can be absolutely brutal. By the time January of 1990 rolled around, the ground was frozen solid, the wind was freezing, and the temperatures had dropped well below zero. Landscaping work had completely dried up for the season, and John was spending most of his days cooped up inside his house, trying to stay warm and dreaming of warmer weather. Eventually, John decided that he could not take the freezing cold anymore. He contacted his close friend David, who was also feeling completely exhausted by the long, dark, and bitterly cold Chicago winter. The two friends began talking about taking a vacation. They did not want to go just anywhere. They wanted to go somewhere incredibly warm, sunny, and beautiful. They wanted a true tropical escape where they could lay on a beach and completely forget about the snow and ice back home. After looking through various travel guides and flight options, the two men decided to book a trip to the beautiful Caribbean islands of Trinidad and Tobago. This was a twin island nation located in the southern Caribbean, known for its incredible weather, vibrant culture, and stunning sandy beaches. It seemed like the absolute perfect destination for their tropical getaway. They booked their flights and accommodation quickly, eager to leave as soon as possible. It is believed they boarded their plane and left Chicago on either January 8th or January 9th of 1990. When they landed in Trinidad, the contrast to Chicago was immediate and glorious. The air was warm, humid, and tropical. They stepped off the plane, walked through the airport, and made their way to their hotel. The hotel they had booked was located very close to the airport in Trinidad, which was incredibly convenient. They checked in, went up to their room, dropped their heavy winter luggage, and immediately changed into shorts and t-shirts. They were excited to start their vacation, so they headed straight out to explore the local town. Over the next several days, John and David had an amazing time. They walked through the streets of Trinidad, took in the sights, and sampled some of the delicious local Caribbean food. They decided they also wanted to see the sister island of Tobago, which was known for being even more laid-back and scenic. So, they took a relaxing 4-hour boat ride across the water to Tobago. They spent their days lounging on pristine beaches, swimming in the warm ocean water, and just relaxing. They felt incredibly lucky to be in paradise, while all of their friends and family back in Chicago were freezing in the sub-zero temperatures. By all accounts, their vacation was going exactly to plan. It was the perfect escape. But then, Sunday, the 14th of January, arrived. This was the day before they were scheduled to fly back home to Chicago. On this day, things began to take a very strange and highly concerning turn. John woke up that morning and began complaining of an unnamed health issue. To this day, the exact nature of this health issue has never been made public, so we do not know what symptoms he was experiencing. However, whatever this medical issue was, it was causing John a great deal of discomfort and distress. John decided that he needed to get a very specific medication to treat his condition. He left the hotel room and walked into the local town in Trinidad, searching for a drugstore. He found one, went inside, and asked the pharmacist for the specific medicine. But the pharmacist told him that they did not carry that medication. John did not want to give up, so he walked to another drugstore in a different part of town. But they did not have it either. He went to a third store and then a fourth, but none of the pharmacies in the town carried the medication he desperately felt he needed. With no success, John finally gave up and walked back to the hotel. When he walked into the room and saw David, David could immediately tell that something was seriously wrong with his friend. David would later state that John was not just upset about not being able to find the medication, he seemed to be in a highly distraught and erratic state. Even worse, John was becoming visibly disoriented. It seemed that whatever this unnamed health issue was, it was starting to severely affect his mental state. Because his condition was going untreated, it was manifesting in this highly confused, disoriented, and erratic behavior. David tried his best to calm John down and make him comfortable. He watched his friend closely, trying to decide if he needed to call a local doctor or take John to a hospital in Trinidad. But after a while, John seemed to quiet down a bit. David decided that John was stable enough to get through the night without emergency medical intervention. After all, they had a very early flight the next morning to return to Chicago. David reasoned that once they got back to the United States, John could easily see his own doctor and get the proper medication and treatment he needed. So, the two men decided it was best to just get some sleep. The hotel room was equipped with 2 twin-size beds, one for John and one for David. They turned off the lights, climbed into their respective beds, and quickly fell asleep. About an hour to an hour and a half after David had fallen asleep, he was suddenly and violently shocked awake. He could not breathe. In the pitch-black room, David realized that there was a man standing directly next to his bed, leaning over him. This man had his hands wrapped tightly around David's throat and was violently choking him with incredible force. David was completely terrified. He had no time to process what was happening or who was attacking him. He was in a state of pure panic, fighting for his life in the dark. Using his survival instincts, David began grabbing at the attacker's hands, trying to pry the fingers away from his windpipe. He fought with everything he had, and after a desperate struggle, he managed to gather enough strength to push the attacker's hands off of his neck. But the attacker was not finished. The man reached over to the nightstand, grabbed the heavy bedside lamp, and swung it down with immense force, smashing David directly in the head. The impact was incredibly painful, and the force of the blow knocked David completely out of his bed. He crashed heavily onto the hard floor. Before David could even recover or get to his knees, the attacker jumped down on top of him. The two men began fighting wildly on the floor in the darkness. David was struggling desperately, throwing punches and trying to get this violent intruder off of him. Finally, David managed to get a leverage advantage. He gathered all his strength and kicked the man off of him, sending him stumbling backward. David scrambled to his feet, gasping for air. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering into the room, he looked at his attacker and was completely paralyzed with shock. The person who had just tried to strangle him and beat him with a lamp was none other than his best friend, John. And John was completely naked. He was wearing absolutely no clothes. David stood there, bleeding and bruised, staring at his friend in utter disbelief. He asked John what on earth he was doing and what was wrong. But John did not answer. He did not say a single word. He did not even look like the same person. His eyes were wide and completely blank, and he seemed to be in the middle of a massive, terrifying, psychotic break. Instead of speaking, John suddenly turned around and bolted out of the hotel room. He ran out into the hallway, leaving the door wide open. He did not slow down. He ran down the long hallway, sprinted down the stairs, and burst into the hotel lobby. The hotel staff working at the front desk looked up in complete horror as a naked, wild-eyed man sprinted past them. John ran straight through the front doors of the hotel and vanished into the dark night. John ran down the street, his bare feet pounding against the hard pavement. He was in a state of pure frenzy, running as fast as he could. He ran for several minutes until he finally reached the perimeter of the nearby airport. The airport was heavily fortified with security fences. John did not go toward the main entrance gates. Instead, he ran to the side of the gates where there was a massive, towering chain-link fence. The very top of this fence was lined with thick, coiled barbed wire. Without stopping, John began to climb. Even though he was completely naked, he clawed his way up the metal chain-link fence. He reached the top and had to navigate the sharp, tearing barbs of the wire. He managed to drag his body over the top, likely suffering deep cuts and scratches, and dropped down onto the ground on the other side. But where John landed was not actually the open airport grounds. The airport had a double-fence security system. The two high fences ran parallel to one another, back to back, with a narrow strip of land in between them. This gap was a grassy, isolated no-man's land. It was specifically designed to act as a trap for anyone attempting to scale the outer fence. John was now trapped in this grassy strip. But he was on some kind of unstoppable manic mission. He did not try to climb back out to the street. Instead, he turned around and faced the second fence, the one that stood between him and the actual airport runway and buildings. Once again, John began to climb. He dragged his bare, bleeding body up the second high fence. He pulled himself over the barbed wire at the top and dropped down into the parking lot on the other side. He stood up and immediately began running toward the main airport terminal. But between him and the terminal building was another massive obstacle. It was a giant, towering concrete wall. This wall was smooth and solid with no handholds or footholds. It looked completely impossible to climb, especially for someone who was naked and injured. But John did not hesitate. He ran directly at the concrete wall, somehow managed to find a way to scramble up its smooth surface, and flipped himself over the top. On the other side of this wall was a secure area of the airport, and John landed directly next to a small wooden security guard shack. Inside this shack were 4 airport security guards who were on duty. They heard a loud thud, looked out their window, and were absolutely stunned to see a naked, bleeding man suddenly crash land right next to their building. The 4 security guards immediately opened their door and charged out of the shack to apprehend the intruder and find out what was going on. But as soon as they approached John, John turned on them and attacked. We do not know the exact details of the fight, but John was operating with a kind of manic, superhuman strength. Within moments, he managed to completely overpower all 4 of the trained security guards. Before the dazed guards could recover, John ran over to their 4-wheel drive security vehicle, which was parked right next to the shack. The keys were inside. John jumped into the driver's seat, started the engine, and slammed his foot on the gas. He roared away from the security shack, leaving the 4 injured guards in his dust. The guards got to their feet and started chasing him on foot, but they had no hope of catching up to the speeding vehicle. John drove wildly around the outside of the main airport building, navigating the secure service roads, and then he drove right out onto the active tarmac. Out on the tarmac, it was a busy night. There were several massive passenger airplanes moving slowly into position, preparing for takeoff. One of those planes was a giant British Airways jet airliner. This massive plane was actually the very next aircraft scheduled to take off. The pilots had already fired up the powerful jet engines, and the plane was sitting at the top of the runway, just waiting for final clearance from the air traffic control tower. John saw the massive airplane, and he steered the security vehicle directly toward it. He drove at high speed, crashing straight into the plane. However, the security vehicle he was driving was relatively small and low to the ground. It was not tall enough to strike the main fuselage or body of the massive British Airways jet. Instead, when John collided with the plane, the small 4-wheel drive vehicle slid right under one of the massive wings and became tightly wedged underneath it. By this time, the entire airport was in a state of high alert. The 4 security guards who had been attacked had radioed for help, and security personnel from all over the airport were streaming out onto the tarmac. They were running and driving toward the British Airways plane, where the wrecked security vehicle was wedged. As the guards and airport staff closed in on the scene, they witnessed something incredibly bizarre and disturbing. They looked through the window of the wrecked vehicle and saw John move from the driver's seat over to the passenger seat. He stood up through the open side of the vehicle. The guards could see that he had a very deep, nasty cut on his shoulder, which was bleeding heavily. John reached up with his hand and touched the underside of the airplane's wing. The wing had been damaged in the crash, and thick black engine oil was leaking out of it, dripping down onto the vehicle. John rubbed his hand in the leaking oil, coating his fingers in the thick black fluid. Then he took his oil-covered fingers and began dabbing and packing the oil directly into the deep, open wound on his shoulder. Before the security guards could reach him, John leaped out of the wrecked vehicle. He hit the ground running, darting away from the approaching guards and disappearing into the shadow of the massive airplane. In the utter chaos of the moment, with sirens blaring, engines roaring, and dozens of people running around the tarmac, the security guards momentarily lost sight of him. He had vanished behind the giant aircraft. The security guards and airport personnel came to a stop about 100 feet away from the plane and the wedged vehicle. They stood there in a defensive line, trying to scan the dark tarmac, completely bewildered by what they were witnessing. They were on their radios calling for local police and medical backup, trying to figure out how to handle this naked, seemingly unstoppable man. Then, suddenly, one of the officers spotted movement about 300 feet away. On the other side of the plane, near one of the airport buildings, John emerged from the shadows. He began sprinting back toward the airplane. He was running directly toward the wall of security guards and airport staff. John was incredibly fast. Before anyone could react or move forward to tackle and apprehend him, he reached the side of the plane. He stopped for a split second. He did not look at the guards. Instead, he looked up at the massive spinning jet engine of the British Airways plane. The engine was turned on, and its giant blades were rotating at an incredibly high speed, creating a massive vacuum of suction. John took a breath, and then he leaped directly into the spinning engine. In an instant, John ceased to exist. The sheer force of the jet engine completely decimated him. It was a horrific and instantaneous end to a bizarre and tragic sequence of events. To this day, no one knows for sure what actually caused John O'Brien's sudden violent rampage. It is widely assumed by investigators and medical professionals that he suffered a severe, acute psychotic episode brought on by whatever unnamed health issue he was experiencing, combined with the stress of not being able to find his medication. Ultimately, his tragic death was officially ruled as a suicide. Now, our second story takes us to the world of extreme sports, and to a place that was built for the world's greatest athletes, but became the site of a tragic and unthinkable disaster. Luge is widely considered to be one of the most dangerous and intense sports in the Winter Olympic Games. The premise of the sport is relatively simple, but incredibly terrifying when you really think about it. One or two athletes, who are known as lugers, lie flat on their backs on a small, heavy sled. They then slide down a steeply pitched, winding track made of solid ice. These ice tracks are highly engineered with steep, banked curves and narrow straights. As the lugers slide down, they have very little control. They steer using subtle movements of their calves and shoulders. The speeds they reach are absolutely mind-blowing. A professional luger can easily reach speeds of 80 miles per hour and sometimes even faster. If anything goes wrong, if they lose control for even a fraction of a second, the resulting crash can be catastrophic, often leading to severe injuries or death. In the year 1986, a state-of-the-art luge track was constructed on a ski hill in Alberta, Canada. This track was built specifically to host the bobsled and luge events for the upcoming 1988 Winter Olympic Games, which were held in Calgary. The entire facility, which included the ski hill, the ski jumps, and the sliding track, was named Canada Olympic Park. After the 1988 Winter Olympics concluded, the park remained open. The local government and athletic associations decided to keep the facilities active so that the public could enjoy them for recreational purposes and so that future athletes would have a place to train. Nearly 30 years later, on the night of the 29th of January 2016, three teenage boys decided they wanted to find some late-night adventure. They drove over to Canada Olympic Park long after the facility had closed for the night. The park was dark and quiet, and there was nobody around. The three boys made their way up the snowy hill, carrying cheap, simple plastic sleds that they had brought with them. They hiked up the slope until they reached a highly restricted area. Standing in front of them was a prominent 6-foot-tall blue chain-link fence. This fence was covered with large, bright warning signs. The signs explicitly told the public to stay back and warned that entering the area was strictly forbidden unless you were authorized personnel. None of these three teenage boys were authorized personnel. However, one of the boys had actually worked at Canada Olympic Park the previous winter. His job had been selling tickets to visitors, so he was very familiar with the layout of the park and knew exactly where the luge track started. The boys stood at the fence and looked past it. Inside the perimeter of the blue fence, they saw a tall flight of stairs. These stairs led up to a wooden structure that looked almost like a cozy log cabin. This building was the starting house for the Olympic luge track. The ice track itself literally began inside this starting house and then fed out through a large opening, winding its way down the steep mountain below. The three boys looked at each other and grinned. They thought it would be incredibly fun and thrilling to ride their plastic sleds down an actual Olympic luge track. So they tossed their plastic sleds over the 6-foot blue fence. Then, one by one, they climbed up and over the fence, ignoring the warning signs. Once they were on the restricted side, they picked up their plastic sleds and walked up the wooden stairs, entering the quiet starting house. Inside, it was cold and dark. They started talking about who would go down first, second, and third. They had actually brought helmets with them, so they buckled them on. They also strapped on headlamps, which allowed them to see the track ahead of them because the powerful lights that normally illuminated the track at night were turned off. One by one, the boys positioned themselves on their plastic sleds and pushed off down the icy track. But as they started sliding, they quickly realized that this was not the high-speed thrill ride they had anticipated. In fact, they were going surprisingly slow. The luge track was designed for professional sleds, which have highly polished steel runners or blades on the bottom. Those blades glide effortlessly over the ice, building massive speed, but these boys were on cheap, flat plastic sleds. The plastic created a lot of friction against the cold ice, and as a result, the boys kept slowing down. In fact, they had to constantly use their feet and hands to push themselves along just to keep moving down the track. Eventually, after a slow, frustrating, and painful journey, all three boys made it to the bottom of the track. They were pretty disappointed. They had expected an adrenaline-fueled rush, but instead they had barely crawled down. But then, they had an idea. They realized that the reason they went so slow was because they did not have enough weight on the light plastic sleds. They figured that if they all got onto one single plastic sled together, their combined weight would create enough momentum to overcome the friction of the ice, and they would go much faster. So, they picked up one of the sleds and marched all the way back up the hill. They climbed the stairs and entered the starting house once again. All three of them squeezed on to the single plastic sled, wrapping their arms and legs around each other. With a heavy push, they launched themselves down the track. And this time, it worked. The added weight of the three boys made a massive difference. They flew down the icy track, picking up incredible speed. They zoomed around the banked curves, feeling the cold wind rushing past their faces. It was an absolute blast. It was exactly the high-speed rush they had been looking for. They enjoyed it so much that they decided to do it a few more times. They hiked back up, loaded up, and slid down again. But after a few runs, they realized they were pushing their luck. They did not want to get caught by security. So they decided to call it a night. They climbed back over the blue fence, got into their car, and snuck out of the park completely undetected. The experience had been so exhilarating that they could not stop talking about it all week. They decided that they had to do it again the following weekend. But this time, they wanted to share the experience with their friends. They recruited 5 more teenage boys, telling them all about how amazing it was to fly down an actual Olympic track at night. On the night of Friday, the 5th of February 2016, which crossed over into the early morning hours of Saturday, February 6th, the group of 8 teenage boys drove to Canada Olympic Park. The 3 boys who had been there the previous weekend led the way. They walked up the dark ski hill, guiding their 5 friends through the snow. They reached the same 6-foot blue fence surrounding the luge starting house. One by one, all 8 boys scaled the blue fence and gathered on the other side. They walked up the stairs and piled into the cold starting house. They had brought 3 plastic sleds with them this time. They began discussing how they should divide themselves up to get the maximum amount of speed. They decided to put 3 boys on the first sled, 3 boys on the second sled, and the remaining 2 boys on the third and final sled. Because the previous weekend's runs had gone so smoothly, the boys had become incredibly overconfident. The 3 original boys told the others that the run was completely safe and that they did not need to worry. As a result, the group decided they did not need to wear helmets. They left their helmets behind. Not only that, but they also decided not to bring any headlamps or flashlights. They thought it would be much more exciting and terrifying to go flying down the winding icy track in complete pitch-black darkness. Shortly after midnight on February 6th, the first group of 3 boys climbed onto the first plastic sled. They positioned themselves tightly, holding on to one another, and pushed off into the dark. At first, everything went exactly to plan. They started picking up speed, sliding smoothly down the first few turns of the track. They were laughing and shouting, feeling the thrill of the icy air. They were going very fast. But what none of these boys knew was that during the week, park staff had put up a safety barrier. Specifically, they had strung a heavy metal chain directly across one of the lower sections of the track. This chain was used to secure a large wooden barrier that kept a specific alternate section of the track in place when it was not in use. As the first sled came flying around a sharp, dark corner at a high rate of speed, the 3 boys had absolutely no warning. In the pitch blackness, they could not see the heavy metal chain stretched across the track. The chain was positioned at approximately neck height for anyone sitting on a sled. The first sled struck the metal chain at full speed. The impact was catastrophic. The chain instantly decapitated and killed the boy sitting at the very front of the sled. He was 17-year-old Evan Caldwell. He died on impact. The other 2 boys on the sled were violently thrown from the vehicle, crashing hard into the icy concrete walls of the track. Both of them were knocked completely unconscious, suffering severe injuries. Back up at the top of the track, inside the starting house, the remaining 5 boys were waiting. They had no idea that a tragedy had just occurred. They could not see down the dark track, and they could not hear anything. The boys on the first sled were either dead or unconscious, so there were no screams or calls for help reaching the top of the hill. The second group of 3 boys waited for what they estimated was a safe amount of time. They wanted to make sure the first sled had reached the bottom and cleared the track. Once they figured enough time had passed, the 3 boys piled onto the second sled and pushed off into the darkness. They went hurtling down the track, picking up speed just like the first group. But as they rounded that same sharp corner near the bottom, they also struck the heavy metal chain. However, by some absolute miracle, the second group of boys hit the chain in a slightly different way. The angle of their sled or the way they were leaning caused them to slip just under the chain as they hit it. but the impact still violently threw all three of them off their sled. They were launched into the air and slammed hard onto the icy track. The boys on the second sled survived, though they were badly battered. The worst injury among them was a badly broken ankle. They scrambled to their feet, completely disoriented and terrified. It was pitch black, and they had no idea what they had just crashed into. They were trying to gather their thoughts and find their friends from the first sled. But before they could figure out what was happening, and before they had a chance to yell up the track to warn the final group, it was already too late. The third and final group, consisting of the last two boys, had already pushed off from the starting house. The boys on the track heard the faint, terrifying sound of a plastic sled whistling down the ice toward them. All they could do was scramble to the side of the track to avoid being hit as the third sled came bombing down the hill at full speed. The final two boys on the third sled rounded the corner in the dark and struck the metal chain at maximum speed. One of the boys on this final sled was 17-year-old Jordan Caldwell. Tragically, Jordan was also struck at neck height by the heavy chain. He was killed instantly. Jordan was the twin brother of Evan Caldwell, the boy on the first sled, who had died just minutes earlier. The other boy on the third sled was thrown violently from the wreckage, suffering incredibly severe, life-threatening injuries. One of the survivors of the initial crash was a boy named Caleb. Case had been on the first sled and had been knocked unconscious when he was thrown. When Caleb finally started to regain consciousness, he found himself lying in a section of the track that was covered by a large protective tarp. At first, Caleb could not see anything and he could not hear anything. He felt completely numb. But he immediately realized that he was struggling to breathe. He felt like there was something physically lodged in his throat, blocking his airway. In reality, his throat had been severely crushed and damaged when he collided with the metal chain. As he lay there gasping for air, his senses slowly began to return. His vision cleared slightly, and he looked up. He saw one of the boys from the second sled kneeling right beside him on the ice. This boy had not been severely injured, and he had placed his hand gently on Caleb's shoulder. He was loudly praying, begging God to let Caleb survive. As Caleb lay there listening to the prayer, his hearing began to improve, and he started to hear another sound nearby. It was the voice of a boy named Mark, who had been on the first sled. Mark was very badly injured, and his face was severely fractured and bleeding. But despite his immense pain, Mark was lying on the ice, softly singing a religious song. He was trying to keep everyone's spirits up, trying to encourage the survivors to hold on and keep fighting to stay alive until help arrived. Then, Caleb heard the faint sound of someone speaking to an emergency dispatcher on a cell phone, calling 911. Shortly after that, Caleb blacked out again. When the paramedics and emergency rescue crews finally arrived at Canada Olympic Park, they made their way up to the restricted track. They found a scene of absolute devastation. The 8 boys were scattered all over the lower section of the ice track, having been thrown in different directions by the violent impacts. But when the paramedics located the bodies of the 2 boys who had died, they discovered something deeply moving. The twin brothers, Evan and Jordan Caldwell, were lying right next to each other on the ice. Even though they had gone down the track in different sleds at different times, they ended up side by side in their final moments. None of the surviving boys had moved them, they had simply landed near one another. For the Caldwell family, the loss of both of their twin sons in a single night was an unfathomable tragedy. The grief was devastating for the entire community. But there was a small, haunting solace in knowing that the twins were together at the very end. The 6 surviving boys eventually recovered from their physical wounds, but they walked away with life-altering brain injuries, physical scars, and a deep, permanent sense of guilt and regret. They knew they were incredibly lucky to be alive, but they would have to carry the memory of that terrible night for the rest of their lives. Our third and final story explores the concept of intelligence and how even the most brilliant minds can make decisions that lead to their own undoing. IQ, which stands for intelligence quotient, is a scientific measure of a person's cognitive abilities and intelligence. To find your IQ score, you have to take a highly specialized, standardized test administered by psychologists. The vast majority of the human population, about 68%, will score right around 100 on an IQ test. This is considered to be the average range of human intelligence. A much smaller group of people, who are considered highly gifted, will score somewhere between 130 and 160. And then there is an incredibly tiny fraction of the population that scores above 160. These people belong to the true genius class. To put this into perspective, Albert Einstein, who is widely regarded as one of the most brilliant theoretical physicists in human history, is believed to have had an IQ of around 160. He was right on the cusp of this genius class. But as we will see in this final story, having a genius-level intellect does not protect a person from making an incredibly poor lapse in judgment. In the year 1991, 31-year-old Jackie Kotarek was a woman who seemed to have everything going for her. Jackie was an absolute genius. She had been tested and was found to have an IQ of 170. That meant she was statistically smarter than Albert Einstein. Jackie used her incredible brain to pursue a career in medicine. She graduated with top honors from the prestigious medical school at the University of California, Los Angeles, also known as UCLA. After graduating, she completed her medical residency, which is a rigorous multi-year training program for new doctors, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. Cedars-Sinai is widely known as one of the best and most advanced hospitals in the United States. Once she finished her residency, Jackie decided to move slightly north of Los Angeles to the city of Bakersfield, California. There, she opened her very own private medical practice. She quickly built a highly successful business, and she was widely respected by her peers. In addition to running her busy practice, she also became a part-time professor at her alma mater, UCLA, commuting back to Los Angeles to teach the next generation of doctors. By all accounts, Jackie was brilliant, wealthy, and deeply passionate about her work. Her patients absolutely adored her because of her kind demeanor and medical expertise, and her students at UCLA highly respected her lectures. Fast forward 19 years to the year 2010. Jackie was now 49 years old. She was still running her successful medical practice in Bakersfield, still teaching at UCLA, and was highly active in her community. However, her personal life was somewhat complicated. She was in an on-again, off-again romantic relationship with a 58-year-old man named William Moody. While the intimate details of their relationship were kept private, it was clear from local news reports and police statements that Jackie and William had a very volatile relationship. They fought frequently, often breaking up and then getting back together. On the evening of Wednesday, the 25th of August 2010, Jackie went out by herself to a local Mediterranean restaurant in Bakersfield. She sat at the bar and began having some drinks. She stayed at the restaurant for a while, and as the night went on, she became visibly intoxicated. At some point during the night, realizing she had had too much to drink, Jackie used her phone to call a local ride-sharing or taxi service to pick her up and take her home. It seemed like a responsible decision, as she knew she was too drunk to drive her own car. The following morning, Thursday, August 26th, Jackie's medical assistant arrived at the practice in Bakersfield. She opened up the office and waited for Jackie to arrive. But the start of the workday came and went, and Jackie did not show up. This was incredibly unusual for Jackie. She was extremely professional and punctual, and she never missed appointments with her patients without giving advance notice. The assistant became worried and dialed Jackie's cell phone. But the call went straight to voicemail. The assistant waited a bit and tried calling again, but there was still no answer. Feeling that something was wrong, the assistant decided to call Jackie's boyfriend, William Moody. William answered his phone. The assistant asked him if he had seen Jackie, explaining that she had not showed up for work and was not answering her phone. William told the assistant that he had actually seen Jackie the night before. William went on to explain his version of events. He said that on Wednesday night, he was home alone at his house in Bakersfield, which was located not very far from the Mediterranean restaurant where Jackie had been drinking. William said that late that night, he looked out his window and saw Jackie's car pull up and park directly in front of his house. He said he could tell from her body language and the way she was walking that she was highly upset about something. William said he got the strong feeling that she was coming over to start a massive fight with him. William decided that he did not want to deal with a confrontation. So, instead of going to the front door to talk to her, he quietly slipped out the back door of his house. He ran off his property through the back gate, completely avoiding her. William said he walked a few blocks over to a friend's house who lived nearby. He asked his friend if he could spend the night, and his friend agreed. When the medical assistant called William on Thursday morning, William was actually still at his friend's house. He had not yet returned to his own home. He told the assistant that he assumed Jackie had eventually realized he wasn't home and had driven away. However, William told the assistant that he would head back to his house right away to see if Jackie was still there or if there was some indication of where she might have gone. William hung up the phone, left his friend's house, and walked the couple of blocks back to his property. When he turned the corner onto a street, he immediately saw Jackie's car parked right where it had been the night before, sitting directly in front of his house. William knew that his house was completely locked and that Jackie did not have a key. He figured she must be asleep inside the car, waiting for him to return. William walked up to the car, preparing himself for an argument. But when he looked through the glass window, he saw that the car was completely empty. However, when he looked closer, he saw that Jackie's purse, her wallet, and her cell phone were all lying on the passenger seat. This made no sense. Why would she leave all of her personal belongings in an unlocked car and walk away? William turned and looked at his house. He wondered if she had somehow managed to get inside or if she was waiting for him in the backyard. He began walking around the perimeter of his house, calling out Jackie's name. There was no response. When he reached the backyard, he did not see Jackie, but he noticed something strange lying on the ground near his back door. It was a heavy metal shovel. William walked over and looked at his back door. He noticed fresh scrape marks and damage around the door frame and lock. It looked very obvious that someone, presumably Jackie, had tried to use the shovel to pry the back door open to break into the house. But the lock had held, and the attempt had failed. William continued walking around the rest of his property calling out for her, but the yard was completely empty. He decided she must have found another way into the house. He walked to the front door, inserted his key, and unlocked it. He stepped inside, feeling highly anxious, expecting to find Jackie sleeping on his couch or waiting for him. He searched every room, every closet, and the basement. All the windows were tightly locked from the inside, and all the doors were secure. There was absolutely no sign of Jackie and no indication that anyone had been inside the house since he had left the night before. William was completely baffled. Her car was out front, her purse and phone were inside the car, and there was a shovel near the damaged back door, but she was nowhere to be found. He called the medical assistant back and told her what he had found. He suggested that maybe Jackie had gotten frustrated, left her things in the car, and called another ride to go somewhere else. He said he was sure she would turn up soon. But the assistant felt a deep sense of dread. She told William that this was completely unlike Jackie and that they needed to contact the police immediately. William agreed, and they called the Bakersfield Police Department to report Jackie missing. The police began their investigation by going to Jackie's own home, but they found no sign of her. Her neighbors had not seen her. Then the officers went to William's house. They searched Jackie's car, documenting the purse and phone. They looked around the exterior of William's house, noting the shovel and the damaged back door. They also did a brief search of the inside of William's home, but they found nothing unusual. The police interviewed neighbors, friends, and family members, but no one had any information. They told William and the assistant that without any evidence of foul play, they simply had to wait. They suggested that Jackie might just be hiding out somewhere because she was upset and that she would likely return on her own. 2 days passed, and there was still no sign of Jackie. On Friday, William left the country on a pre-planned, pre-arranged vacation. Because the police had found no evidence of foul play and did not consider William a suspect, he was cleared to travel. Before he left, William asked one of his close friends to go over to his house during the weekend to feed his pet fish. On Saturday morning, 48 hours after Jackie had been reported missing, William's friend drove over to the house. He unlocked the front door and stepped inside. As soon as he opened the door, he was hit by a horrific, overwhelming odor. It was the unmistakable smell of something decaying. The friend covered his nose and mouth with his shirt, gagging. He began walking through the house, trying to find the source of the terrible smell. He first checked the kitchen, thinking that perhaps some meat had gone bad in the refrigerator or that the trash had been left full, but the kitchen was clean. He checked the pet fish tank, but it was fine. He followed the scent as it grew stronger, leading him into the living room. He realized the smell was strongest near the fireplace. The friend walked over to the fireplace. He knelt down and looked inside the hearth where the logs were placed, but there was nothing there. He tilted his head and looked directly up into the dark chimney flue. About 2 feet up the narrow flue, dangling down in the darkness, were 2 human legs. The friend gasped in horror, ran out of the house, and immediately called the police. When investigators and forensic teams arrived, they confirmed that the body stuck inside the chimney was indeed the missing doctor, Jackie Kotarek. Through a careful reconstruction of the evidence, investigators were able to piece together exactly what had happened on that fateful Wednesday night. After leaving the Mediterranean restaurant, Jackie had decided to drive her car to William's house instead of taking the ride service she had called. When she arrived, William had already slipped out the back. Jackie knocked on the doors and windows, but got no response. Being highly intoxicated and upset, she became determined to get inside. She found a shovel in the yard and tried to pry open the back door, but she was unsuccessful. Then she noticed a permanent ladder or structure attached to the back of the house. Despite being intoxicated, Jackie climbed up the ladder and got onto the roof. She walked over to the brick chimney. There was a protective metal cap over the top of the chimney to keep rain and animals out. Jackie managed to pry this cap off. She then decided to lower herself feet first down into the dark, narrow chimney flue, believing she could slide down into the fireplace and enter the house. But she did not realize how narrow the chimney actually was. The flue was not a uniform shape. It started wider at the top and became much narrower as it descended. At some point during her descent, Jackie became completely and tightly wedged in the brick structure. Her arms were likely pinned above her head or tight against her sides, rendering them completely useless. There was nothing for her hands to grab onto, and there was no ledge for her feet to push against. She was completely trapped in the dark, vertical stone shaft. Because William was not home, her screams for help went completely unheard. And then, a terrifying medical phenomenon occurred. It is known as mechanical or positional asphyxia. Every time Jackie took a deep breath and exhaled to scream, her chest would naturally contract and become slightly smaller. Because of gravity, she would slide a fraction of an inch deeper into the narrowing chimney. When she tried to take her next breath, she found that her chest could not expand back to its original size because the tight brick walls of the chimney acted like a rigid, constricting vice. With every breath she took, she slipped lower and the walls became tighter. Her lung capacity shrank second by second, minute by minute. Eventually, she no longer had the lung capacity or the strength to make a loud sound. She could only utter faint, desperate whispers. We know she was alive for a long time. In fact, on Thursday night, William was inside the house sleeping, completely unaware that his girlfriend was trapped just feet away in the chimney. And on Friday night, nearly 48 hours after she had first entered the chimney, neighbors reported hearing a faint, distant voice crying out for help. But they assumed it was just children playing in a nearby pool, so they did not investigate. Shortly after that, Jackie succumbed to the pressure on her chest and passed away. It took local firefighters over 5 hours of carefully chipping away at the heavy brick chimney to finally recover her body. The medical examiner officially ruled her death an accident caused by positional asphyxia. No charges were ever filed, as it was clear that this was a tragic, self-inflicted accident. It was a devastating end for a woman who possessed a genius-level intellect but made one single fatal error in judgment on a dark California night. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. Imagine living in a city of over 3.5 million people, where the streets are a constant roaring sea of traffic, dust, and heat. This is Ibadan, one of the largest and most populated cities in Nigeria. In a place this massive, it is incredibly easy to feel lost or ignored. But for a specific group of young men, they found their community on the back of two wheels. In Nigeria, motorcycle taxi drivers are known as Okadas. They are the lifeblood of Ibadan, weaving through gridlock to get people to work, school, and home. Because their job is tough and often dangerous, the Okada riders developed a remarkably tight-knit brotherhood. They would gather at specific spots along the city streets, waiting for fares, sharing food, and talking about their lives. They looked out for one another. If a rider went down, the others would help him. If a rider got into trouble with a difficult customer, a dozen others would show up to back him up. They knew each other's routines, families, and dreams. So, in the early months of 2014, when two of these riders suddenly stopped showing up to their usual spots, the entire Okada community noticed immediately. At first, their friends and families held out hope that maybe they had just taken a long-distance fare or gone to visit relatives in another town. But as the days turned into weeks, the silence grew deafening. The families went to the local police to report the men missing, but the police did not seem to care very much. They brushed the families off, suggesting that the young men had probably just walked away from their lives to find better jobs in a different city, or that they had simply run off to avoid some debts. The Okada riders knew this was not true. These men loved their jobs and would never just abandon their families and their valuable motorcycles without saying a word. Realizing that the authorities were not going to lift a finger, the Okadas decided to take matters into their own hands. They launched an informal, citywide search. As they went about their daily shifts, dropping off passengers in every corner of Ibadan, they kept their eyes peeled. They rode down narrow side streets, checked dark alleys, and asked shopkeepers if they had seen their missing brothers. But despite their constant vigilance, they found absolutely nothing. It was as if the earth had opened up and swallowed them whole. Then, on March 22nd of that same year, a third Okada rider vanished. His name was Lanre Sadiku. Lanre was a young, hard-working guy who was incredibly popular among his peers. He was always smiling, quick with a joke, and incredibly reliable. Unlike the first two riders who had disappeared during their off hours, Lanre went missing right in the middle of a busy workday. On that afternoon, Lanre was hanging out at his usual meetup spot on a bustling city street, waiting for his next fare. His fellow riders were right there with him, chatting and enjoying the afternoon sun. Eventually, two men walked up to Lanre and asked for a ride. Lanre agreed. The two passengers climbed onto the back of his motorcycle, and he kicked the engine over and drove away. In Ibadan, Okada trips are typically very short. Drivers usually take passengers just a few miles down the road, drop them off, and head straight back to their designated stations to pick up the next fare. It was an assembly line of quick trips. But as the afternoon faded into evening, Lanre still had not returned. At first, his friends at the meetup spot figured he might have landed a rare, high-paying passenger who wanted to go all the way to the other side of the city. But when 3 hours passed, then 4, a deep sense of unease settled over the group. One of the riders pulled out his phone and dialed Lanre's number. It went straight to voicemail. This was highly unusual. For an Okada rider, a cell phone is their most vital business tool. It is how clients reach them, how they coordinate rides, and how they make their living. They never, under any circumstances, turned their phones off during a shift. Now, everyone at the station was deeply worried. They stood in a circle, debating what to do, when suddenly a phone began to ring. But it was not the phone they had just called. Lanre actually kept 2 cell phones on him. He had his main, public work phone, and then he had a private, secondary phone that only his closest friends and family knew about. And it was this second, private phone that was now calling one of the riders at the station. The rider answered the call instantly and put it on speakerphone so everyone could hear. But instead of a casual greeting from Lanre, the speaker erupted with a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. Lanre was screaming hysterically into the receiver. His voice was cracked, frantic, and filled with tears. He was begging for help. He told his friends that he had been kidnapped. He explained that his captors had blindfolded him and thrown him into an underground room. He said he was not alone. There were 8 other people down there with him, individuals he had never seen before in his life, and they were all locked in this pitch-black, suffocating underground cell. Lanre said they could hear the heavy, muffled footsteps of people walking around on the ceiling directly above them, but they could not see anything at all. In the background of the call, the other riders could hear a terrifying chorus of screams and wails. The other 8 captives were screaming as loud as they possibly could, trying to make enough noise so that whoever was walking above them might hear them and let them out, or perhaps hoping the voice on the other end of the line would hear their desperation. Lanre explained that when they were captured, the kidnappers had aggressively searched them and confiscated all of their belongings, including their wallets and their primary cell phones. But in their haste, the kidnappers had completely missed the small secondary phone that Lanre kept tucked away in a hidden pocket. That tiny mistake was their only lifeline. The riders holding the phone were absolutely horrified. They tried to calm Lanre down, shouting into the speaker for him to take a deep breath and tell them where he was so they could come get him. Lanre took a ragged breath and tried to compose himself. He told them he did not know the exact coordinates, but he had managed to pay close attention to the route while he was being transported. He told them they needed to get onto the main highway leading out of Ibadan and head toward the outskirts of the city. He said they needed to look for the dense, dark tree line of the Soka forest. Right at the edge of the woods, where a narrow dirt footpath began, they would see 2 rusted, burned-out cars. Lanre told them that if they found those cars and followed that footpath deep into the Soka forest, they would eventually hear the voices of the captives crying out from beneath the ground. He begged them to hurry, because he did not know how much time he had left before the captors returned and discovered his hidden phone. The riders at the station yelled back that they were coming right now. They told him to stay on the line, to keep talking to them so they could use his voice as a guide once they entered the woods. But right as they said those words, the line abruptly went dead. They tried calling the number back, but it went straight to voicemail. The phone had either been turned off, run out of battery, or worse, discovered by the kidnappers. There was no time to lose. Approximately 40 Okada riders from Lanre's meetup spot immediately ran to their bikes, kicked them into gear, and roared out onto the city streets. They drove in a massive, tight formation, weaving through traffic and ignoring traffic lights as they sped toward the highway. They pushed their motorcycles to their absolute limits until they left the concrete jungle of Ibadan behind and the dark, imposing trees of the Soka forest appeared on their left. They slowed down, scanning the shoulder of the road, looking for the landmark Lanre had described. Sure enough, after a few miles, they spotted the skeletal, rusted remains of two burned-out cars parked right at the edge of the woods. The riders pulled over, parking their bikes on the side of the highway. They looked at the entrance to the footpath. It was incredibly narrow and heavily overgrown with thick vines, tall weeds, and dense brush. It was completely impassable for their motorcycle. They realized they would have to continue on foot. Unarmed and completely unprepared for what might lie ahead, the 40 men stepped past the rusted cars and onto the path. The forest was thick and dark, blocking out much of the late afternoon sun. Because the trail was so narrow, they had to walk in a single file line, moving quietly through the brush. They did not make a sound. They were straining their ears, trying to catch the faint sound of Lanre's voice or the screams of the other captives coming from beneath the dirt. The only sound was the rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs under their boots. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Suddenly, the rider at the very front of the line froze. He holds up his hand, signaling for everyone behind him to stop. They all went dead silent, holding their breath, listening. Then, about 50 feet ahead of them, the thick foliage parted. A man they had never seen before leaped out from behind a massive tree. He screamed something at them in a harsh, angry tone. Before anyone could react, the man raised a heavy gun and began firing directly at the line of riders. The loud cracks of gunfire shattered the silence of the forest. The 40 Okada riders, completely defenseless, turned on their heels and sprinted back down the path as fast as their legs could carry them. They burst out of the tree line, threw themselves onto their motorcycles, and peeled out onto the highway, racing back toward the safety of the city. When they finally got back to their meetup spot, they were trembling and out of breath. They gathered in a tight circle to discuss what had just happened. They knew they could not just abandon Lanre and the other captives. If they did nothing, those people would surely die. They briefly considered going to the police, but after the lazy and dismissive response they had received regarding the first two missing riders, they knew the police would take hours, if not days, to organize any kind of response. By then, it would be far too late. They decided they had to handle this themselves, but they needed a much bigger force. The riders began calling every Okada meetup spot in the surrounding areas. They explained the situation, the phone call from Lanre, the gunman in the woods, and the urgent need for backup. The response was overwhelming. Within a very short amount of time, over 100 Okada riders assembled at the edge of the city. This time, they were not defenseless. They had gathered a makeshift arsenal of weapons. Some carried heavy iron bars, others had thick wooden clubs, sharp knives, machetes, and even a few crude firearms. They were no longer a helpless search party, they were an angry, determined mob. They climbed back onto their bikes and roared down the highway, a massive convoy of headlights cutting through the descending twilight. When they arrived back at the Soka forest, they parked their motorcycles in a massive row along the shoulder of the highway. They bypassed the two burned-out cars and marched onto the narrow footpath. But this time, they made absolutely no attempt to be quiet. They marched shoulder to shoulder where they could, waving their weapons in the air and letting out loud, terrifying war cries. They wanted the gunmen and anyone else hiding in those woods to know that a massive, angry horde was coming for them and they were ready for a fight. They marched deep into the forest, fully expecting to be shot at any moment. But the woods remained eerily quiet. The gunmen from before had apparently fled, terrified by the sheer volume of noise and the size of the incoming mob. After walking for what felt like miles through the dense vegetation, the path suddenly opened up. The thick trees gave way to a massive circular clearing in the middle of the forest. Flowing right through the center of this clearing was a small but deep river with fast-moving water. It would have been incredibly difficult to cross on foot, but spanning the water was an old, crumbling stone bridge. On the far side of this bridge, sitting in the gloomy twilight, were two dilapidated buildings. The first building, located closest to the bridge, was a small, weather-worn shack made of dark plywood. It had a single dirty window that looked out toward the path. The second building, situated further back in the clearing, was a massive warehouse-like structure with high, crumbling concrete walls. Surrounding this large warehouse was a tall, rusted chain-link fence with thick coils of rusty barbed wire wrapped tightly around the top. The entire place looked completely abandoned, like an old, forgotten industrial site rotting away in the middle of the wilderness. The mob of Okada riders slowed their pace as they stepped into the clearing, their eyes scanning the dark structures for any sign of movement. As they approached the crumbling stone bridge, one of the riders glanced down at the muddy banks of the river below. He gasped and pointed. Tucked away under the shadow of the stone arch, partially hidden by tall river reeds, was Lanre's motorcycle. It had been driven down here, pushed off the path, and hidden away. This was the absolute proof they needed. Lanre was here, or at least he had been very recently. The riders surged across the bridge, their anger and adrenaline reaching a boiling point. They ran straight to the small plywood shack. One of the men kicked the door open, ready to face an attacker, but the tiny building was empty. However, what they saw inside the shack made them pause in confusion. The small room was packed from floor to ceiling with hundreds and hundreds of articles of clothing. There were piles of shirts, pants, dresses, children's clothes, and hundreds of pairs of shoes. There were also wallets, bags, and personal identification cards scattered everywhere. It looked like a bizarre, silent museum of lost people. Confused and deeply unsettled, the mob backed out of the shack and turned their attention to the massive concrete warehouse behind the barbed wire fence. They stood before the fence, shouting for whoever was inside to show themselves, but only silence echoed back from the concrete walls. One of the riders had brought a pair of heavy bolt cutters to use as a club. He stepped forward, bent down, and began cutting through the thick metal links of the fence. He worked quickly, cutting a massive, jagged hole in the barrier. The riders squeezed through the opening one by one, stepping onto the overgrown ground inside the perimeter. The warehouse was silent. The windows were set very high up on the concrete walls, making it impossible to see inside. But as they walked around the perimeter of the building, a horrific, overpowering stench began to wash over them. It was the unmistakable, sweet, and sickening smell of decay. They continued around to the very back of the structure, where they finally found an entrance. The doorway was blocked by a large, rusted sheet of tin metal that had been propped up against the gap in the concrete wall. One of the riders stepped forward, grabbed the edge of the metal sheet, and dragged it aside with a loud, scraping screech. A few of the armed riders immediately stepped through the threshold, holding their weapons high, ready to fight off any guards or kidnappers who might be waiting in the shadows. But as their eyes adjusted to the dim, dusty light inside the warehouse, their weapons slowly lowered. The anger faded from their faces, replaced by an expression of pure, unadulterated horror. In the middle of the dirt floor lay a tilted concrete slab propped up on stones with a blood-stained wooden bowl positioned to catch runoff. Surrounding this slaughtering slab were human bones, some still with decaying flesh clinging to them. Along the walls, chained up like animals, were 23 skeletal, barely alive people who had been kept in a catatonic state. These captives were being systematically harvested for their body parts to fuel a highly lucrative, illegal black market trade in ritual magic materials. Herbalists in Nigeria paid massive sums for fresh human organs and limbs, believing they would grant wealth and power to their clients. The warehouse was essentially a body part factory where victims were kept alive and butchered on demand. In the back rooms, searchers also discovered a crude guillotine and a live chained crocodile, which the captors used to dispose of the dead or those who could no longer survive the harvesting process. According to the locals living nearby, they had seen a black Jeep with tinted windows drive down a rough, hidden path to the warehouse every single night at 8 o'clock for the last 10 years. Each night, the forest would echo with horrific, blood-curdling screams until the Jeep departed around 9:30. The locals had repeatedly complained to the police, but the police brushed them off and told them to ignore it. It turned out the driver of the Jeep was the primary distributor of the harvested parts, delivering them directly to wealthy clients. When the Okada mob stormed the property, the guards and the driver of the Jeep fled through the hidden road, leaving the survivors behind. The riders quickly smashed the heavy chains to free the 23 survivors, but as they searched the faces of the barely conscious victims, they realized Lanre was not among them. They began searching the mass graves outside, but there was still no trace of their missing friend. Lanre had said on the phone that he was locked in an underground cell, but the warehouse had a solid concrete floor. The Okadas desperately searched the property for a hidden entrance, hammering on the ground and begging the catatonic survivors for answers, but they got nothing. When the police finally arrived, the riders begged them to bring heavy digging equipment to excavate the site. Instead, the police cordoned off the area and, within days, brought in bulldozers to completely demolish the warehouse, burying any hidden chambers under a mountain of rubble. Many believed the police did this to cover up their own corruption and complicity. For weeks, the Okadas returned with shovels to dig through the debris, but they never found the underground cell. It is believed that Lanre and the other 8 captives remained trapped beneath the earth, suffocating in the dark. While no one was ever legally prosecuted, the Okadas did deliver a swift form of street justice. A few days after the discovery, they caught a suspicious man wandering the ruins with several fresh human tongues in his pockets and dozens of cell phone SIM cards. Assuming he was part of the harvesting ring, the mob killed him on the spot. Later, a well-educated survivor revealed how she had been kidnapped by men in a fake police van, stripped naked at the clothing shack, and chained inside the warehouse to watch others get butchered. Her story exposed how easily ordinary people were snatched from the safety of their homes to feed the insatiable demand of the black market. The Soka Forest remains a dark scar on the history of Ibadan, a place where hundreds of innocent people vanished into the shadows and where a frantic plea for help came just a few feet too late. The Soka Forest tragedy left the community of Ibadan in a state of absolute shock and mourning. For years, the families of the missing had been ignored, their desperate pleas for help treated as minor inconveniences by the very authorities who were supposed to protect them. The revelation that a human slaughterhouse had been operating right on the outskirts of their city for over a decade, right under the noses of the local police, completely shattered any remaining trust the public had in the system. The Okada riders, who had shown immense bravery by banding together and marching into the dark woods to save one of their own, were left with a hollow victory. They had saved 23 lives, a truly heroic feat, but they were forced to live with the agonizing knowledge that they could not save their friend Lanre. The silence from the ground where the warehouse once stood remains a heavy, suffocating weight. The concrete and soil of Soka Forest still hold secrets that may never be brought to light, and the families of those who disappeared are left to wonder if their loved ones' final moments were spent in the suffocating dark of an underground cell that was paved over by the hands of the law. It is a haunting reminder of the dark forces that can hide in plain sight, and the lengths to which some will go for wealth and power. The stories of the survivors who managed to escape the Soka Forest warehouse serve as a stark testament to the resilience of the human spirits in the face of absolute darkness. These individuals, who were stripped of their clothes, their names, and their basic humanity, have had to walk a long and painful road toward healing. Many of them continue to suffer from severe physical ailments and deep psychological trauma that will affect them for the rest of their lives. But their survival also stands as a permanent indictment of a broken system that failed them for so many years. The forest may have slowly reclaimed the physical ruins of the warehouse, but the memory of what happened there can never be completely erased. It forces us all to look much more closely at the quiet shadows that exist in our own backyards today. Before you go, just remember this. Somewhere beneath that forest, there may still be voices that were never heard and never will be. If you enjoyed this episode, let me know in the comments and check out the rest of our true crime stories. Because sometimes the scariest stories don't have endings. Until next time. Some of the most unsettling stories are not about what we know happened, but about what we can't explain. They're the stories that take place in the vast, quiet wilderness where a person can be there 1 second and gone the next. We're not talking about simple cases of getting lost. We're talking about disappearances that defy all logic, where children are found miles away in impossible terrain with no memory of how they got there, and adults return with tales so strange they sound like they're from another world. Today, we're going to look at 3 cases from the deep woods of Arkansas, each one a puzzle with missing pieces that leave a chilling, permanent question mark. These are stories that make you wonder what really is out there just beyond the edge of the trail. On the morning of the 16th of June, 1946, the Van Alst family pulled up to a rented cabin in Devil's Den State Park in western Arkansas. It was the start of what was supposed to be a perfect summer week. The father, his 8-year-old daughter Catherine, and her 2 older brothers were all excited to get their vacation started. After they finished unpacking their bags and getting settled in, the first thing on the agenda was to go for a swim. The father led the kids down a well-worn path to the local swimming area. It was a picturesque spot, a creek that widened and deepened as it flowed up against the side of a man-made dam. The sun was out, other families were around, and the sound of kids laughing and splashing filled the air. As soon as they got there, Catherine and her 2 brothers couldn't wait. They kicked off their shoes and jumped right into the cool water. They started playing games, splashing each other, and joining in with some of the other children who were already there. Their father found a comfortable spot on the bank, a place where he could keep an eye on all 3 of them, and he just sat back to watch them have fun. Now, this swimming area was generally safe, but there was one particular section everyone knew to be careful of. Right up against the concrete wall of the dam, the water got very deep very quickly. It was an area that the stronger, more confident swimmers enjoyed, but parents made sure to tell the younger kids to stay in the shallower parts. Catherine was only 8, and she wasn't a particularly strong swimmer. She was mostly splashing around where her feet could touch the bottom. But at one point, as she was playing, she started to drift. Without even realizing it, she had floated over into the deep section right next to the dam. Her father, who was watching her brothers for a moment, didn't see it happen. Her brothers, caught up in their own game, didn't notice either. But there was someone else there, a woman who was also visiting the campground. She didn't know the Van Alst family, but she happened to be standing near the edge of the water, and she saw what was happening. She saw little Catherine start to struggle, her head bobbing beneath the surface. Without a second of hesitation, the woman reached into the water and pulled Catherine out, setting her back on her feet on solid ground. Catherine was sputtering a bit, but she was perfectly fine. The woman knelt down and spoke to her calmly. She said, "You really need to be more careful. You shouldn't be swimming in the deep end if you're not a strong swimmer." Catherine nodded, a little scared, but okay, and said she understood. Just then, Catherine's father heard their voices. He looked over and saw his daughter, who he thought was safely in the shallow water, talking to a complete stranger. His parental instincts immediately kicked in. He made a sound to get their attention and waved in their direction, trying to signal to the woman, "What are you doing talking to my daughter?" The woman looked up and saw the concern on his face. She must have been a mother herself, because she immediately understood. She smiled reassuringly and called out to him. She said, "Oh no, everything is totally fine." I was just helping your daughter out of the water. She's okay, everything is fine. Hearing this, Catherine's father turned his attention to his daughter. He said, "Hey, you have to be more careful. Don't go in the deep end." And Catherine, still a little shaken, just said, "Okay, Dad." Instead of getting back in the water, Catherine decided to do something else. She walked over to the backside of the dam. This wasn't a dangerous, steep drop-off like you might imagine. The outflow side of this particular dam was a gradual slope made of huge weathered boulders. It was a popular spot for the kids at the campground to climb and explore. They treated it like a natural jungle gym, and their parents could easily watch them from the swimming area. So, Catherine started scrambling over the big rocks, and her father settled back into his routine of watching his kids. He'd look over at his two sons who were still in the water, and then he'd glance over to the dam and see Catherine climbing on the rocks. He kept going back and forth, making sure he had eyes on all three of them. It was just a few seconds at a time. A glance at the boys, a glance at Catherine. A glance at the boys, a glance at Catherine. But then, at one point, he looked at his sons in the water, and when he looked back to where Catherine was on the rocks, she was just gone. He stood up straight, his heart starting to beat a little faster. He walked over to the edge of the dam, thinking maybe she had just climbed all the way to the bottom and was out of his line of sight. Maybe she was crouched down behind one of the big boulders. But when he got to the edge and looked all the way down the slope of rocks, she wasn't there. He scanned the entire area, left and right. Nothing. He started to feel a real sense of panic. This is impossible, he thought to himself. I just saw her on those rocks. It was literally seconds ago. Where could she have gone? He turned back to his sons, who were still splashing around in the creek, and he yelled, "Hey, have you seen Catherine?" They both shook their heads and said no, they hadn't seen her. He then looked for the woman who had helped Catherine out of the water earlier. He found her and quickly walked over. He asked her, "Have you seen my daughter?" The woman looked concerned and said, "No, the last I saw her, she was playing on the rocks. I don't know where she went." Before long, Catherine's father was screaming her name. His voice was raw with fear, echoing through the park. His panic was contagious. He quickly enlisted the help of everybody at the campground who was nearby. People immediately dropped what they were doing to help look for his daughter. Complete strangers were jumping into the swimming area above the dam, feeling around in the murky water. Other people were searching the creek bed below the dam. Every bush, every cluster of trees, the entire area was being searched by this impromptu group of concerned campers. But there was absolutely no sign of the little girl. After about an hour of this frantic, fruitless searching, Catherine's father knew he needed more help. He ran to find a park ranger and got the police involved. The search that followed was massive. For 2 full days, search and rescue teams, police officers, and volunteers scoured the incredibly thick forest that surrounded the dam. They searched day and night, but they found no trace of Catherine. Not a footprint, not a piece of her clothing, nothing. Authorities started to reconsider their initial assumptions. They decided it was far more likely that she had somehow fallen back into the water and drowned, either above or below the dam, than it was that she had just wandered off into the dense woods. It just made more sense, given where she was last seen. And so, they shifted the focus of the entire operation. They brought in equipment and began the long process of draining the 2 large sections of water, the swimming hole above the dam and the creek pool below it. Everyone held their breath, preparing for the worst, expecting that as the water level dropped, they would find her body at the bottom. But when both sections were completely drained, there was nothing there. She wasn't in the water. This was a devastating blow. It meant that she had to be somewhere in the miles and miles of unforgiving wilderness that surrounded them. So, once again, the search parties went back into the forest, their hopes dwindling with each passing hour. On June 22nd, 6 full days after Catherine had vanished from the rocks on the dam, a small group of searchers was pushing through the woods. They were a long, long way from where the search had started. They were 7 miles deep into the forest as the crow flies, slowly making their way up the side of a steep mountain. They were exhausted, but they kept going, yelling Catherine's name into the dense trees. As they were walking, they suddenly stopped. Ahead of them, a small figure had just walked out of the mouth of a cave. It was a little girl, and she was wearing only a bathing suit. She looked down the mountainside at the group of stunned men, and in a perfectly calm voice, she just said, "Here I am." The searchers couldn't believe their eyes. It was Catherine. They rushed up the mountain to her. Besides a few scratches on her arms and some bug bites on her legs, she seemed to be perfectly fine. In fact, the men who found her would later say that she was eerily calm. It was like she was just waking up from a long dream, not like a child who had been lost and alone in the wilderness for nearly a week. She was soon reunited with her family, who were overwhelmed with relief and disbelief. They couldn't believe she was still alive after all this time. They immediately brought her to a hospital where doctors gave her a thorough examination. And their conclusion was just as baffling. They confirmed what the searchers had seen. Besides some superficial cuts and a few bug bites, she was physically fine. 2 days later, she was discharged from the hospital, as if nothing had happened. Let's just take a moment to really understand how impossible this is. This was an 8-year-old girl who had never spent any real time in the woods before. This trip to Devil's Den State Park was her first real exposure to that kind of environment. And somehow, she had survived on her own, out in the wild, for 6 days and 6 nights with nothing but a bathing suit on. What's even more incredible is that in the remote mountainous area where she was found, there were no known sources of fresh, potable water anywhere nearby. Yet, when the doctors examined her, she was determined to be relatively well hydrated. And she had only lost a couple of pounds. Then, there's the staggering distance she covered. While she was found 7 miles away from where she went missing, that's a straight line on a map. When you're in the wild, you don't walk in perfectly straight lines. There are too many obstructions. There are mountains to climb, ravines to cross, thickets of trees and brush to get around. You end up zigging and zagging constantly. Search and rescue experts analyzed the terrain and estimated that the minimum real distance she would have had to travel to get from the dam to that cave was about 30 miles. And she did it all barefoot. Catherine's survival defied every established search and rescue model for an 8-year-old child lost in the wild. She was found in a location so far outside the standard search boundaries that nobody would have ever expected to find her there. Basically, by all logical accounts, she should have died. When authorities gently questioned her, trying to piece together what had happened, her answers only made the mystery deeper. They asked her, "How did you do this? How did you survive?" And she just looked at them and said, "I don't know." She said she had no memory of how she got lost in the first place. Her only clear memory from that first day was falling asleep on a patch of warm grass. Her very next memory was waking up inside that cave on day 6, just before the searchers found her. She had no idea what happened in the 5 days in between. She had no idea how she traveled 30 miles, how she found water, or how she found food. Some people tried to rationalize it. They said, maybe this is just a really, really weird case where she got incredibly lucky. But others have a darker theory. They think that something in the forest must have chased her. That pure adrenaline kicked in, forcing her to run those 30 miles to the safety of that cave. And because the experience was so deeply traumatic, her mind simply erased the memory to protect itself. But like with so many of these stories, what we're left with are a lot more questions than answers. Fast forward a few decades to the 29th of April 2001, a 6-year-old girl named Haley Zaga was on a hike with her grandparents. They were in a very rural part of Arkansas called the Upper Buffalo Wilderness area. Now, for an area to be officially designated as a wilderness area, it means that no vehicles of any kind are allowed to come through there. That makes it incredibly remote, incredibly quiet, and incredibly wild. Haley and her grandparents had taken a trail that led them up to the top of a high bluff, about 200 feet higher than where they had started their hike. When they got to the top, the view was breathtaking. They stood at an incredible overlook, looking down over a winding river and a valley of green trees. At about 11 in the morning, after taking in the view, they turned around to start the trip back down. By about 11:30, they were making their way down the trail when Haley spotted something off to the side of the path. It was a waterfall cascading down the rocks. She got really excited and immediately wanted to go see it up close. She asked her grandparents, "Can we please go check out that waterfall?" Her grandparents looked over and sized up the situation. It seemed like the only way they could actually get down to the base of the waterfall would be by literally climbing down a tree and descending over the edge of a small cliff. It was a route that the grandparents just did not feel comfortable letting their 6-year-old granddaughter attempt. And so they had to tell her no. They said, "Haley, we need to keep going. We're not going to go check out that waterfall." Haley, being a determined 6-year-old, really wanted to see it, and she wasn't happy about being told no. She wanted to get her way, so she threw a little tantrum. She sat right down in the middle of the trail, crossed her arms, and said, "Well, if you're not going to take me to the waterfall, then I'm not going to move. You're going to have to carry me." Her grandparents sighed. They said, "No, we're not going to carry you. You need to be a big girl. We need you to stand up and start walking with us." But Haley refused to budge. So her grandparents decided to try a different tactic. They said, "Okay, we're going to leave you here then." And they turned around and they kept walking down the trail. They didn't go far at all. They were still completely in her view, and it was broad daylight. They would walk a few feet and then turn around, fully expecting their granddaughter to give up, stand up, and start begrudgingly walking after them. And after a moment, she did. Haley stood up and called out, "Okay, wait for me." And she started walking. Her grandparents were relieved and said, "All right, let's go." So they started walking ahead of Haley. But as they walked, Haley started to slow down more and more and more. Her grandparents could tell she was doing it on purpose. She was still upset, and she was trying to be frustrating, intentionally taking as long as she possibly could. But her grandparents were patient. They made sure they always kept her in their view. They would walk a little ways, then turn around, and she'd be right there behind them. They'd walk a little further, turn around, and she'd still be there. They did this over and over again. And then, at some point, they walked a few steps, turned around to check on her, and she wasn't there. The grandparents' hearts dropped. They immediately ran back up the trail, looking around for Haley. Their first thought was that she had probably just darted behind a tree to hide, just to be a little more frustrating and continue her game. So, at first, they weren't that worried. They started looking behind the biggest trees and rocks, calling out for her. They said, "Come on, we really have to leave. You have to come out now, we have to go." But there was no answer from Haley. All they heard was the sound of the wind in the trees. It was just silence. She was just totally gone. For the next 90 minutes, the grandparents ran frantically up and down that stretch of trail, screaming for Haley. They searched everywhere they could think of, but they never found her. Finally, in a state of pure panic, they ran all the way down the mountain and called the police. What followed was the largest search and rescue mission in the history of the state of Arkansas. It was an enormous operation launched for one little girl, Haley Zaga. It included hundreds of searchers on the ground, covering every inch of the rugged terrain. There were 8 different canine dog teams brought in to try and pick up her scent. Helicopters buzzed overhead, scanning the wilderness from the air. There were firefighters, local police, and even the National Guard was called in to help. But after 2 full days of this incredible, exhaustive search, really no progress had been made. The only potential clue they had found came from one of the dog teams. The dogs had tracked Haley's scent from where she was last seen on the trail all the way up to a nearby road. And at the edge of the road, the dogs just stopped. The scent was gone. Unfortunately, what that usually tells investigators is a very grim story. It looked like Haley had been picked up by someone in a car. But then, 51 hours into the ordeal, something incredible happened. There were two searchers who were working well outside of the primary search area. They were about 2 miles away from the spot where she had gone missing, in an area that hadn't been a high priority. As they were walking along a creek, they spotted her. She was just sitting there, next to a small brook, with her feet dangling in the cool water. When she saw the two men, she just kind of waved. They approached her cautiously, and one of them asked, "Are you Haley Zaga?" And she looked up at them and said, "Yeah." She had a couple of small scratches on her arm and on her face, but overall, she seemed to be okay. And just like that, Haley was reunited with her overjoyed family. She was then brought to a local hospital to be checked out and kept for observation. After Haley had rested and regained some of her strength, investigators sat down with her to ask her what had happened. Her story was strange. She said that she was walking behind her grandparents and that she just looked down at her feet for a second. But when she looked up again, not only were her grandparents gone, but the trail was gone too. She said she was suddenly looking at a solid wall of trees. She didn't know where she was or how she had gotten there. And since she was only 6 years old, her first instinct wasn't to stop and look around or to yell for help. Instead, she just kept walking deeper into the woods in a direction that she didn't recognize. She said she walked and walked and walked, but she never found the trail again. She told them that pretty soon it started to get dark, and she found a place to sleep on top of the bluff where she'd gone missing. Then, the next day, when the sun came up, she walked down from the bluff and eventually made it to the river. She then walked along the river until she found a small cave, and she slept there for the second night. And then, the next day, after she got up, she was found by the searchers. After she gave this explanation, the investigators had a lot of questions. One of the main ones was, if you were sleeping up on the bluff on that first night, then why couldn't the helicopters see you? The helicopters were flying over that bluff all night long. They were equipped with thermal imaging cameras that can easily pick up the heat signature of a person on the ground. They should have seen you. So they asked her, "Are you sure that's where you were?" And she nodded and said, "Yeah, that's where Alicia told me to stay." The investigators were confused. They asked, "Who's Alicia?" Haley answered matter-of-factly. She said, "Oh, she's my imaginary friend. I met her up on the bluff." Instantly, the investigators and Haley's parents all came to the same conclusion. Okay, she's clearly just coping with this very traumatic event by creating an imaginary friend to help her through it. It was a simple psychological defense mechanism. So they didn't ask any more questions about this imaginary friend. Instead, they continued to ask her practical questions about how she got from the place where she was lost to the place where she was found. They said, "Okay, Haley, how did you get down from the bluffs?" Because there's really only one safe way down, and the trail can be hard to find, especially if you're already off the path. And Haley said, "Well, Alicia brought me to a trail, and she led me down the bluffs. She stood right in front of me the whole way and made sure that I didn't fall forward." Hearing this, her parents and the investigators started to exchange glances. This was a lot more detailed than a typical imaginary friend story. If this person was physically right in front of her, propping her up, maybe this wasn't an imaginary friend after all. So they asked Haley, "Can you describe what Alicia looks like?" And Haley said, "Sure. She has black hair and brown eyes. She's a little bit shorter than me. She's 4 years old. She likes to tell jokes and she likes to sing songs." And then right there in the hospital room, Haley began singing some of the songs that she said she had learned from Alicia. She even started telling some of the jokes she had learned from Alicia. Even though Haley was giving this incredibly vivid description of this 4-year-old girl named Alicia who was running around on the bluffs with her, it just couldn't possibly be real. And so, Haley's parents and the investigators went back to their original theory. They decided to treat Alicia as just an imaginary friend, a simple coping mechanism for a scared little girl. The investigators finished up their interview with Haley, getting as much information as they could about her journey from the bluffs down to the river. And then, because Haley was physically fine, they said, okay, you're good to go. Haley's case was a really big deal in Arkansas. It was all over the local news, especially after she was found safe. Her hospital interview, where she mentioned her imaginary friend named Alicia, who had helped her get down the bluffs and had basically taken care of her, that part of the story was put into print in the newspapers, and after it was published, some local readers with long memories realized something chilling. They realized there was another little girl who had gone missing in the exact same spot as Haley 23 years earlier. That little girl had been 4 years old. She had black hair and brown eyes. Her name was Alana, and she had died on those bluffs. After this incredible connection was made, the story got national media attention. Suddenly, news outlets were suggesting that this imaginary friend wasn't imaginary at all. They were saying it was actually the spirit of Alana and that she had acted as Haley's guardian angel. In fact, Haley was even brought on the TV show Dateline to talk about her mysterious friend. Just this year, Haley, who is now 25 years old, posted a video to her own YouTube channel where she tells her side of the story of what happened over those 51 hours she was gone. And in the story, she talks about her imaginary friend. She says, before this happened, I never had an imaginary friend. And afterwards, I never had one again. But at that time, Alicia was very, very real to me. And I don't know who or what she was, but she saved my life. In September of 2012, a 53-year-old woman named Linda Ortega went to visit her brother, Eddie Huff, in St. Joe, Arkansas. St. Joe is another very rural part of the state, and it's located about a mile away from the Buffalo River National Park. This park is a huge expanse of thickly forested, mountainous land, and there are hundreds of small creeks, rivers, and ponds strewn throughout it. On Saturday, September 22nd, Linda and her brother Eddie decided to go for a walk in the park. Eddie had apparently heard from a friend about a great fishing spot hidden somewhere off the main trails, and he wanted to go try and find it. So, in their search for this specific spot, they stepped off of a marked trail and started making their way through the woods. It wasn't long before they realized they had gotten turned around. But it was still broad daylight and they weren't too worried. They figured, okay, we'll find the trail again soon. But as the hours passed and the sun started to set, they still had not found the trail. They had to face the fact that they were badly lost. And then, some very strange things started to happen. We only have a marginal understanding of the full sequence of events because of what came next. What we do know for sure is that the brother and sister were together on that first day they went missing. We know they were still together the following day, on Sunday, still wandering around looking for a way out of the park. And we know that by the end of that day, they were still lost. Then, on the next day, which was Monday, we know that the pair separated. Because on Monday, Eddie re-emerged from the park completely alone. He just walked out of the woods, hopped into his car like nothing unusual was going on, drove back to his house, and walked inside. His family, who had been frantic with worry, saw him and rushed over. They said, "Where have you been? You've been missing for 2 days. We've been calling you. Where have you been? And most importantly, where is Linda?" And Eddie just looked at them calmly and said, "Oh, everything's fine. I dropped Linda off at a relative's house. She's fine too." His family was just staring at him, completely bewildered. They said, "Do you not understand that you've been missing for 3 days?" He just seemed to be in a daze, trying to tell them over and over that everything was perfectly fine. But as they pressed him for more details, asking him specifically, what were you doing? Specifically, how did you get lost? Specifically, what time did you drop Linda off? They needed to know all the details, and as they did that, Eddie started to seem confused. It was like he was slowly realizing that, oh my goodness, I actually don't know what happened. I don't remember. So his family called the relative that Eddie had claimed he dropped Linda off with. When the relative picked up the phone, they confirmed the family's worst fears. They said, no, we don't have Linda here. I have not spoken to Eddie, and I have not spoken to Linda in days. And so the family turned back to a now very distressed Eddie, and they asked him again, where is Linda? And this time, Eddie just looked at them with fear in his eyes and said, I have no idea. The family immediately contacted the police, and a massive search was launched for Linda. They looked all over the park for days and days, but there was no sign of her anywhere. People were starting to get really worried, fearing the worst. And then on Thursday, 3 days after Eddie had mysteriously reemerged from the park, and 5 days after they had originally gone missing, there was a breakthrough. Some searchers who were on ATVs were about 2 miles away from the entrance of the park, navigating through a very thick, dense area of the forest. And that's when they found Linda. And she was alive. Initially, just like her brother Eddie, she seemed to have no real idea what was going on. She said she didn't understand how she got to where she was, and she was just really, really confused. So they brought her back to a hospital and put her under a doctor's care. And thankfully, she ended up being physically fine. But as she was laying in the hospital bed, resting, she started to kind of come to, and her memories started flooding back. And she began to tell the story of what happened to her out there. And it was absolutely unbelievable. She said that she and Eddie had gone into the park to find that fishing spot. At some point, they had stepped off the trail thinking they were going to find it easily, but they didn't. They got turned around and became lost. She said they were confident they were going to find the trail and get out on the same day, but they didn't. And so the sun went down, and they were forced to spend the night out in the wild. The next morning, they got up and they continued to look around. They were yelling for help, but there was no one around. They were in this very dense, remote part of the forest, and all day long, again, they were looking for the trail, and they just couldn't find it. And so that night, for a second time, they had to sleep out in the wild. Linda said that her memory, starting with the next day, which was Monday, started to get really foggy. She said she remembered waking up, and for some reason, she just got up and started running frantically into the woods. She thinks it might have been because she thought Eddie was hurt, and she was running to try and get help. And so it must have been around this time that Eddie, in his own dazed and confused state, got up and somehow managed to meander his way successfully out of the park. Meanwhile, Linda said she was just running like a maniac, deeper and deeper into the middle of the woods, screaming for help from anyone, even though she was in the middle of nowhere. And then, miraculously, she says she saw a group of people way off in the distance. It looked like a group of hikers. She was so relieved. She started yelling for them and waving her arms, trying to get their attention. She said they all stopped what they were doing, and they turned to look at her. But they didn't show any sign that they had actually heard her. They weren't waving back. They weren't calling out to her. They were just looking at her. Linda said she thought that was pretty odd, but she was desperate. So she just kept on running towards them, screaming and yelling and trying to get their attention. She said when she got about 100 meters away from them, instead of them reciprocating her waves or making any sound, they all just ducked behind trees. It looked like they were trying to hide from her. Linda said this was the first time that she felt really, really unsettled by what was happening. But she was desperate for help, and so she just kept walking slowly towards them. She got to about 50 meters away when they all poked their heads out from behind the trees and looked out at her, and then quickly poked their heads back in again like they were playing a terrifying game of peekaboo. They were clearly not trying to interact with her. Linda said she felt really scared now, and she stopped and began slowly backpedaling away from this weird group of people who were hiding behind trees. And so, while keeping her eyes on the general area where she knew they were hiding, she backed away all the way back to about 100, maybe 150 meters away again. And at that point, the group came out from behind the trees and just continued to stare at Linda in complete silence. Linda said at this point, she was absolutely terrified. She didn't know who or what those things were, but she knew they were not there to help her. And then she said her memory got really foggy again, because all of a sudden, her next memory is of her laying on the ground in a pitch-black forest. Her brother was not near her, and she was hearing footsteps. She believed it was this group of people or things that were walking towards her, but it was so dark she couldn't see anything at all. And she said that all night long she just lay there frozen as she heard the sounds of these people or things walking around the perimeter of where she was laying, totally exposed in the middle of the forest. Linda said her memories from this point until the moment she was rescued are all mixed together, a confusing jumble of fear and disorientation. But she said she had one specific memory that really stood out to her because it was so terrifying. She said on one of the last mornings she was out there, she woke up, she was laying on the ground. She opened her eyes, and it was still dark, but the sun was just starting to come up, so there was enough light that she could begin to make out the shapes and layout of the forest around her. So she sat up, and she immediately got the distinct sense that she was being watched. But she didn't know by who or from where the feeling was coming. She just had this powerful, intuitive sense that eyes were on her. And as she was feeling this way, she heard a slight movement coming from off to her right. She turned her head, and standing next to a tree, about maybe 20 meters away, was the dark silhouette of a man. He was just staring at her. He had no discernible features. He was just a shadowy, human-shaped figure. And so she's horrified. And then, as her eyes adjusted, she realized there was another one. And she looked at that one, and then realized there was another one. And another one. And another one. They were all around her, standing silently by the trees. They were forming a circle around her, these dark, shadowy figures, all just looking in at her. She was so scared she couldn't even scream. And as she's looking around at all of them, it seemed like they registered that she could now see them. And at that exact moment, they all turned and started running away into the forest in all different directions. She said after that, she has no idea what the sequence of events was or what happened to her at all. All she knows is that the whole time she was out there, she was terrified. She constantly felt like there were people watching her from just out of sight in the woods. And then, at some point, rescuers showed up, and she was saved. Linda's totally bizarre account of what happened, combined with her brother Eddie's equally strange behavior and memory loss, completely baffled investigators. They really didn't know what to make of this story. How did Eddie, in a dazed state, manage to find his way out of the park, and why did he have a false memory of Linda being safe at a relative's house? And who, or what, were the silent, hiding people that Linda was seeing in the woods? And why can't either of them remember 90% of their own experience? One common theory is that they must have eaten some wild berries or some other plant that had hallucinogenic properties, and that they were literally just hallucinating the whole time. However, if you follow along with the wider phenomenon of these strange disappearances, you know there are lots of other examples of people who go missing in the woods of North America that never ingest any food or any liquid at all, so there's no possibility of a hallucinogen in their system. And they still have experiences that are eerily similar to what Linda and Eddie went through. So, how do you explain that? What these stories leave us with is the unsettling feeling that sometimes the simplest explanation just isn't enough. Let me know what you think about today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a complete playlist of true crime episodes waiting for you right now. Somewhere in the forests of North America, there are still gaps in these stories. The missing hours, the lost memories, the missing people, and whatever is waiting for them out there might still be there right now. Thank you for listening. See you next time. In 2006, Susan Lewis and her daughter Jamie discovered the perfect Southern California home in a quiet community. They immediately loved the modest, perfectly sized house. Their home was a haven where they could start a new life. Matt, Susan's new boyfriend, joined them shortly after they moved there, improving things. It started a blended family. Matt and Jamie got along well, which relieved Susan. Matt also had a daughter, Marie, Jamie's age. Immediate friendship formed between the girls. Everything was wonderful briefly. Susan and Matt were happy, the daughters were happy, and this little house was the shelter they needed. This idyllic family started a new chapter. That ideal picture was about to be shattered, starting with a jar of peanut butter. Matt, Jamie, and Marie were enjoying the pool on a sunny summer day a few weeks after everyone had settled in. They were laughing, splashing, and having fun. Susan took a break from the festivities to make lunch for everyone inside. As she entered the kitchen, she spotted it. The kitchen counter had a peanut butter jar on its side. A lid was off. Not the strangest part. Peanut butter poured out of the jar like a liquid. As if melted, it gently oozed across the countertop and dripped into the floor. Susan felt the kitchen air. It was warm, but not hot enough to melt peanut butter. Her first thought was that a child did it. Maybe they came inside, microwaved the peanut butter for some odd reason, and left it as a prank. Anger drove her to the rear door to call for her daughter. "Jamie, get in here!" Jamie, still dripping from the water, entered bewildered. "What, Mom?" she asked. Susan pointed to the counter mess. Jamie later said she chuckled at her mom's silly question. "Did you do this?" "Why would I?" she asked. Susan asked, "Well, I don't know." "Do you know if Marie did this?" Jamie shakes her head. "No, we've been outside the whole time." Susan sent her outside and called Marie, believing her daughter. Like Jamie, Marie was confused as she entered. She replied, "No, I didn't touch the peanut butter." Susan looked from the mess to the two innocent girls. She sighed. She thought one of them wouldn't admit it, but it was a lovely day and she didn't want a spilled jar of peanut butter to ruin it. It was rationalized in her head. One of the youngsters may have knocked it over accidentally and been too scared to admit it. It may have melted because the kitchen was warmer than she thought. She convinced herself there were a dozen rational answers. It turned out she didn't care enough to make a big deal. Susan returned outside after 10 minutes of cleaning up the sticky, oily mess, and the four of them spent the afternoon in the sun and pool. Once the sun fell, they headed inside. The moment they entered, they sensed something was seriously wrong. After leaving, the house was different. Cans of pantry food were stacked on every second-floor stairwell. Some beans, maize, and soup cans were stacked haphazardly, forming a quiet obstacle course. But it continued. Random objects in odd patterns littered the house as they entered. Shampoo and conditioner bottles were arranged in a teetering pyramid on the tub edge. They had a flawless star pattern of hairbrushes and combs on the counter. They opened the microwave and found several peanut butter jars, some vegetable cans, and even some of the girls' teddy animals. The cleaning materials were neatly lined up on the floor under the kitchen sink, from shortest to tallest. Next came walls. Sprayed and splattered strange liquids covered the living room and kitchen walls. It looked like ketchup, mustard, or other sauces, but they weren't sure. Shampoo and soap stains made the walls slimy and sticky. Their immediate impression was that an intruder had broken into their home and robbed them. They hurried back outside, hearts racing, and searched the land. But nobody was there. Nobody had entered the residence all afternoon. They would have seen a car or person enter their driveway. Confusion and fear led them to capture what they saw. They returned inside and took pictures and videos of the unusual scenes on their phone. This is why we have so many photos today. None of it made sense to them. Their thinking told them this was a hoax, but who would pull it? Jamie was suspicious by Matt immediately. He assumed his non-biological daughter was behaving out. Susan thought it was Marie, Matt's daughter. Matt and Susan had a terrible fight over this quick blame game. It started a serious breakup in a nice blended family, and things became worse. Try to imagine their situation. Parents don't want to believe in supernatural events. Some kid is responsible, which is the most plausible but painful answer. If it's not a child, a stranger was in your home touching your things. What if it's not an intruder? The idea was too terrible to consider. So they believed the other person's child was guilty. They were convinced beyond reason. This conviction and need to blame someone prevented them from calling the police, which they should have done immediately. That call never happened. Instead, they began the laborious cleanup. They spent hours cleaning up the house while a dense, seething stillness permeated the air. After finishing, they sought to go on like denial-stricken folks. However, their sanctuary's weird events continued. About a week passed. The house was still tense, but they were attempting to forget the can and sauce incident. Jamie and Marie tried to spend time together one afternoon in Jamie's room. Marie worked on homework at a desk next to the bed. Jamie poured her freshly brewed coffee on the desk next to Marie. "I have to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back," she added. She turned and left the room, disappearing for a while. Marie returned with her head down, looking preoccupied with studying. Jamie returned into the room and discovered the coffee cup gone from the desk. Her white bedspread was covered in dark brown coffee when it was thrown. The room was empty except for Marie. Jamie became furious. "Marie, what are you doing?" "Why did you throw my coffee all over the bed?" Marie looked up from her schoolwork, stunned. She asked, "What are you talking about?" After following Jamie's gaze to the bed, she appeared as astonished as Jamie. "I didn't do that," she said. Jamie didn't trust her. This seemed like another of her odd tricks to garner attention, as she still believed Marie had made the large mess in the house the week before. Jamie left the room for cleaning supplies, frustrated. Her bleach bottle was placed on her dresser when she returned. Open dresser drawers held her clothes. She placed the bleach bottle upright on the smooth wood. She then took up the empty coffee mug from the bed and put it on the desk. She froze when she turned to grab bleach. She was spilling bleach over her clothes in her open drawers because the cap had been unscrewed. A constant flow of transparent, corrosive liquid ruined everything. Jamie could see Marie sitting on the chair the whole time. She remained still. Jamie was convinced it wasn't Marie. She screamed. Marie screamed when she saw bleach everywhere. Susan ran inside the room after hearing the noise, screamed, "What's going on in here?" The frightened girls tried to explain what happened, but their statements were inaccurate. A wall-mounted picture frame tumbled to the floor as the three of them stared at the damaged garments. It startled them all. Another picture fell after they stared at the empty wall. A loose nail or poster dropping could be a coincidence. However, two photographs descending simultaneously felt different. Susan witnessed the photos falling, the bleach and coffee, and her daughter and stepdaughter's utter terror. She grabbed both females and they fled. They hurried out of the home, got in the car, and drove away without a destination. They realized they couldn't stay in that house. A huge plot twist occurred. Jamie and Marie had silently accused each other of the strange events until now. Though they never stated it, it helped them make sense of the turmoil. Susan had been mentally blaming one or both girls. Now that she had seen the portraits come off the wall, Susan was beginning to suspect that something supernatural was happening in their home. Jamie and Marie were convinced. They were the first to express it as they drove aimlessly. They suspected their home was haunted. Susan and the girls drove home when they calmed down. Matt was at work all day and didn't know what happened. They returned inside with heavy hearts. The house failed again. Cans stacked up the stairs, stuff in unusual patterns on the floor, the microwave was filled of various goods, and the refrigerator door was open, spilling food onto the kitchen floor. Strange, sticky liquids covered the walls again. No one was responsible this time. Susan, Jamie, and Marie spent the entire vehicle ride together. Matt wasn't home, so none of them were it. Their terror was heightened by this fresh proof, coffee, bleach, and falling photos. The concept of a haunted house became unsettling. Matt returned home that night to turmoil and 3 worried family members. Instead of worrying, he got more persuaded that this was a prank. He hadn't seen the bleach pour alone, not seeing the images fall from the wall. All he saw was his girlfriend, Susan, believing this crazy claim that their house was haunted. Matt was a skeptic and refused to entertain any other explanation other than his girlfriend's trick. He and Susan had a huge fight. He claimed she encouraged the youngsters' imaginations. She said that he didn't comprehend and that the house was broken. They yelled at each other. They cleaned the house again while fighting, taking forever. The idyllic family was shattered at the end. Susan and Matt loathed each other, the kids were squabbling, and their sanctuary was gloomy and oppressive. Things worsened that night. The house lost power instantly. They were plunged into darkness and heard doors banging open and shut all night. The electric ignition on their stove kept clicking, as if trying to light a burner. They couldn't turn it off. Bang, 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 click, click all night. They saw all this paranormal activity and recorded part of it, but fear and unbelief paralyzed them. Nobody knew what to do. From the outside, it's simple to suggest they should have contacted the police or left the house. However, a situation like that upends your universe. This challenges all you thought you knew about reality. Your brain switches on denial to cope. Instead of uniting against whatever was in their house, they fought and blamed each other for the things that were clearly happening in front of them, things that had nothing to do with them. Susan, Matt, and the girls hadn't notified their friends or relatives yet. They were humiliated and afraid of being disbelieved. Susan finally snapped the next day. She told a close friend everything. Peanut butter, cans, bleach, smashing doors. Her friend listened carefully and gave odd advice. Maybe you should try giving it a peace offering, she added. Maybe this thing in your house feels like you're intruding on its space. If you offer it something to show you mean no harm, that you want to coexist, maybe it'll stop. Whether this advice was good or not, Susan felt in control for the first time. She embraced the notion. Matt would be at work that day, so she knew he would never approve. It would start another fight when he called it absurd. So she saw an opening. She told the girls the plan. Susan chose a little porcelain cat figurine for the offering. Cats were her passion, so she thought offering them would be powerful. She said, "We mean no harm. Let's call a truce." She set up a little table with candles and a cat figurine in the middle. Observing her, the females were unsure what to think. Susan talked from the heart since she didn't know what to say or how to ritualize. "Please accept this gift," she told the empty room. "It's my gift to you. We mean no harm, and we want to coexist." Fate brought Matt home quickly. The noise had kept him up the night before, and he was so sick and fatigued that he left work early. He entered his house and observed Susan and the girls performing a séance. He was mad. "Definitely not," he said. "We are not going to interact with this thing. We're not going to act like it's real, because it's not. He stepped to the table and saw the cat figurine was the focus. Susan and the girls begged him, "Don't do anything! Don't touch it!" But Matt ignored them. He grabbed the figurine from the table, went to the back deck, and flung it into their backyard. Susan and daughters cried. He had made things worse, and they were afraid. All eyes were on the backyard where the cat landed. But they turned and glanced at the table. They all gasped. The same cat figurine was in the middle of the table where it had been seconds earlier. It was impossible. Everyone had seen Matt chuck it. Matt refused to change. He didn't care. He ran back over, grabbed the new figure, and tossed it on the floor, shattering it into 100 pieces. The violence and aggression were the reverse of Susan's peace offering. At that moment, Susan felt a sickening feeling in her stomach and knew they would suffer for what he had done. Jamie woke up in the middle of the night after everyone had wept themselves to sleep. She discreetly went downstairs to the kitchen for water because she was thirsty. Her blood chilled when she entered and turned on the light. The kitchen walls were covered in ketchup-like writing that repeated one word: cat. She saw cat everywhere. She shouted and went upstairs, waking everyone. Everyone descended and saw the signs. Matt instantly faced Jamie. "You're the one that found this." "You did this," he said. Susan defended Jamie. "You're the one who smashed the cat figurine, Matt." "No wonder this is happening." It escalated into another terrible brawl, with everyone screaming and blinded by rage and terror. They were haunted and could only pull each other apart. Beyond the writing on the walls, the residence was looted again. The contents of every drawer were spilled on the floor. Every closet was open, clothes scattered. Extremely messy, unlike anything they had seen before. Nobody had woken up. Everyone slept in their beds and heard nothing. It wasn't rational. As they began another unpleasant kitchen cleanup, they shifted some objects and found something new. A large, muddy footprint was on the linoleum floor. It was bigger than Matt's foot and not Susan's or the girls'. It was a giant man's footprint, or something else. Again, we can easily ask why they didn't go. When in chronic turmoil, your brain craves normalcy. A coping method. They did nothing. They cleaned up the debris, washed cat off their walls, and tried to survive in a house they couldn't afford to leave. Family dynamics had collapsed by this stage. The kids were shy and terrified. Marie and Jamie stayed in their rooms all day. Matt and Susan barely spoke. The house was now a jail, and everyone was sad. In the last 2 weeks of their time in that residence, 2 frightening events forced them out forever. Marie experienced it first. One evening, she was home alone for 2 hours. Susan and Matt hated leaving her, but they had to. Jamie went out with buddies. As night fell, Marie was home alone. Similar to a horror film scene. TV was her distraction in the living room. TVs started turning off and on suddenly. Fast, rhythmic, on, off, on. She understood from experience that this was a terrible sign indicating trouble. She couldn't turn the TV back on after it fully switched off. The remote flew off the coffee table and skidded across the floor as she reached for it. She was stuck in fear, sitting there. She knew others were there. She then watched in terror as the empty rocking chair in the corner of the room started rocking slowly, then more vigorously, as if an invisible person had just sat down and was watching her. Marie watched the rocking chair as the portraits on the walls fell to the floor one by one. Marie and Jamie started carrying a digital camera around to chronicle weird events. Marie grabbed her camera while scared on the couch. With shaking hands, she aimed it around the room and started taking shots, trying to capture something. She ran for her phone and called Susan, her dad, and anyone who answered. She said, "You have to get here now." "Something's happening!" Susan and Jamie ran home to find Marie huddled on the couch, scared but unharmed. The house was thrown again. After things calmed down, Marie remembered the camera. "I took pics," she stated. The small computer screen displayed her images, which they viewed together. She appeared in numerous photos with weird, dazzling orbs of light in the living area. Their movement around the room was obvious. It proved something was there. It was the last straw for Matt. He could no longer deny it. Pictures showed his daughter was terrorized. He eventually believed their home was haunted. The church was his first stop because he didn't know who to call. He contacted priests and pastors to invite guests to the house. He could only get one priest to pray with the family for a few minutes before declaring, "I can't help you," and leaving. They were alone in a house they couldn't afford to leave, with a growing threat. Jamie's second major event, which broke them, occurred at home alone. In her bedroom, she heard a loud door hammering. Thump, thump, thump. Nobody else was home, she knew. Fearful, she grabbed her camera and filmed the door, recording her frightened breaths. Someone was repeatedly knocking on her bedroom door. She knew she had to check the hall. She moved toward the door, her heart racing, gathering the confidence to turn the handle. The beating on the other side stopped when her hand approached the doorknob as if it knew what she was about to do. The beating resumed when she retracted her hand. She went back to her bed and curled up in the fetal position for 3 hours, listening to somebody bashing her door. The banging ceased abruptly. Jamie believed she could depart the house after a few minutes of silence. She crept back to the door, cautiously turning the knob and opening it. The hallway was vacant. No one was there. When she peered outside her door, she saw a huge dent in the wood where the pounding had occurred. It appeared that a huge force had bent the hallway doorknob downward. A filthy mound of pots, pans, silverware, and knives covered the hall floor. It appeared that something was trying to smash her door with tools. The doorknob to the restroom next to her room was gone, leaving a space where you could look through. They hadn't replaced it yet. The bathroom light flickered as Jamie stood in the corridor. "It's in there," she thought. In an odd flash of boldness, she decided to trap it. She hurried back to her desk, grabbed thread, and returned to the restroom door. She threaded the string through the doorknob hole, closed the door, and leaned back, thinking she had trapped it. When the door closed, she sensed resistance. Something was retreating. An invisible pull tugged at her. She fell backwards into her room when the string snapped. Bathroom doors crashed open. She imagined she would meet whatever was frightening her family. She was trapped in her bedroom when her bedroom door banged before she could see anything from the bathroom. She heard pans rustling and metal clinking outside her door. It interacted with its hallway tool pile. She noticed smoke enter her room from under the door after a moment. She went to the door and threw it open. She observed a frying pan with a burned roll of toilet paper in the hallway. Like a fuse, toilet paper was scattered along the corridor. This creature tried to burn the hallway. She was now completely survival-oriented. It now wanted to kill her, not terrify her. She used a hoodie from her room to extinguish the pan fire. She carefully crossed the corridor, tearing away the toilet paper, preparing to face this dreadful thing at any moment. She entered the living room and spotted toilet paper, paper towels, and newspapers. Her house was prepared to burn down with her inside. She hurried out the front door after navigating the maze of flammable items, searching for other fires. She sobbed on the front steps and waited for her family to come home. Jamie was screaming violently on the steps when Susan, Matt, and Marie returned. They ran inside, saw the toilet paper and burn marks, and Jamie recounted what happened. The end. That ended it. They knew to leave. They couldn't afford to move and knew it would ruin them, but they had no alternative. They packed only what they needed and left the house and its contents. House never sold. Susan went bankrupt. Strange things happened after they went. Next-door neighbors moved. The neighboring household moved. 5 nearby households pack up and leave. Not one of their homes sold. They remain empty, and no one knows why. Even though they were broke, Susan, Matt, Jamie, and Marie were glad to leave. Since leaving that house, they never experienced any paranormal activity again and are happy they survived. 911 dispatchers are prepared to handle banal and alarming calls. But Reno, Nevada dispatchers may have received the creepiest 911 calls ever. An elderly couple resided in a modest house 20 miles east of Reno. In 2010, her spouse died, leaving her alone at home. She started calling 911 twice or 3 times a week following his death. She didn't call for emergencies. She asked for things like, "Can you please put some water on to boil for my tea?" and "Could you come over and change the thermostat? It's a bit chilly." The dispatchers knew she had dementia. They always talked gently and told her 911 was for emergencies. She always seemed to understand, apologize, and hang up. These calls were confused and not emergencies, therefore first responders were never sent to her house. No matter how many times they explained it, she continued phoning. Her calls changed eventually. Instead of asking for help with routine domestic tasks, she called 911 thinking she was talking to her deceased husband, John. Dispatchers would answer the phone and hear her say, "John? Where are you? John, please come home." By now, they were so familiar with her that her address would appear up on their screen and they knew who it was. A protocol governed her calls. They answered politely and repeated their script. "Ma'am, this is 911. You can't call this number unless it's an emergency. You need to talk to your family." They didn't send a response unit again because she sounded confused, not in danger. Her tone changed when her number called one day. She sounded panicked and afraid. "John, please come home." "Help me." "I need help, John. Come home." Her worried cry prompted the dispatcher to send first responders to her house for a welfare check. A few minutes later, the responding police unit pounded loudly on her front door and called her name. No response. Complete silence filled the house. The door was unlocked when they turned the knob. After identifying themselves as police, they entered. They immediately noticed how cold the house was. It was obvious the heat was off. They checked the first level but couldn't find her. No struggle or unusual behavior was observed. They walked upstairs to examine rooms. Each room was unoccupied until the master bedroom. The elderly woman was on the bed when they opened the door. Her death was obvious. Rigor mortis, the stiffening of the body after death, made her look dead for hours. The officers confirmed that the woman on the bed was the house owner and 911 caller. They updated the dispatch center by calling back. They told the dispatcher, "The woman you said made that 911 call a few minutes ago, it couldn't have been her. Based on the state of the body, she was already dead at the time that call was made." But the dispatchers insisted. "No way," they said. "We know what she sounds like. We talk to her multiple times a week. We have a whole procedure for her. The call that led you to that house was made by her." It was her voice. Police and dispatchers debated the discrepancies. They reached a rational conclusion. Not real rigor mortis, they decided. Her house was frigid, making her stiff. They assumed she called 911 and died in the few minutes it took officers to arrive. It was a reasonable explanation, but everyone was a little scared. A few days later, 911 was called again. The dispatcher noticed the deceased woman's home address on the screen. Double take. It wasn't possible. They assumed a relative or friend was at the house. Blood chilled when the dispatcher answered. It was her. She screamed for her spouse in the same voice. "John, come here!" "Save me." "Help me!" The dispatcher followed procedure and stayed calm despite knowing the whole background and that this woman was supposed to be dead. The call ended abruptly when they tried to acquire further information from her. They sent a crew to inspect the house since they had no other choice. Responding cops returned to the property. Knocked on the door. No reply. The door was unlocked from their last visit. The house was empty when they entered. Nobody there could have made that call. At this moment, the dispatch center suspected a terrible trick. The next day, it happened again. Another call from the dead woman's home. The same frantic voice begged for her spouse and for aid when they picked it up. The dispatcher tried to keep her on the line again, but it cut out. They sent officers again after a 911 plea for help. Another unoccupied house greeted the cops. As before, she received calls many times a week. Vandals broke into and burnt her empty house, but they continued. It was a burnt-out lot with no house, but 911 calls came from that location. Finally, police told the phone company about the strange scenario. The phone company examined its records and found that the woman's line was cut nearly immediately after her death. However, they told the police that the number may have been functional because the line was possibly not severed correctly at the spot. So they sent a lineman to inspect the property. The lineman checked the connections at the burned-out lot and reported that everything was correctly removed. The phone company suggested another option. Maybe a digital recording of her voice got stuck in their system and was arbitrarily sent to 911. The dispatchers rejected this idea. They stated it didn't sound like a loop. She always yelled for her husband to save her, but her voice changed. Her voice, accent, and terror level were different every time she called. As there was no clear cause, the dispatch center had to treat every call as an emergency. They got ghost calls many times a week for a year. Every time, they had to send police to check on a vacant, burned-down lot, knowing no one was there. Finally, exactly 1 year after the woman died, the calls ceased. They never got another. The calls weren't a threat, therefore the cops didn't investigate. Very strange. The official explanation for a dead woman calling 911 from a non-existent phone line in a non-existent residence for a year is, we don't know. Dave Murphy was a young Salt Lake City police officer in 2006. His first job was providing physical security for government sites as a protective service officer. The Capital City Theater, a Salt Lake City institution since the early 1900s, was Dave's first assignment. Dave started working at the theater in early August. There, he met his partner, Morgan Matthews, an experienced officer. Dave later said Morgan was business from the start. Though cordial, he was frigid. Morgan escorted Dave first to the control room on the first floor of the 3-story theater. There was a vast basement below the structure. All the theater's security cameras were monitored in the control room. The cameras were ancient and low quality. At night, most lights were off, so you could only see the screen if a light was on. Morgan told Dave they had to conduct their rounds after the quick control room tour. "This is what we do at the beginning and end of every shift," he said. "We walk the entire building, make sure every door is locked and every light is off." Morgan took Dave to the basement. Dave was amazed by its size when he saw it for the first time. The lengthy hallway seemed to go on forever into the darkness. A piano sat alone in this big, empty hall. Poor lighting and musty air were down there. Dave recalls feeling creeped out immediately. The dark hallway with closed doors and the piano in the middle was disturbing. "I don't want to spend much time down here," he thought. After inspecting each door, they returned up the corridor to examine the first, second, and third floors. The rest of their shift was spent in the control room after the security round. Dave wanted to get to know his new partner, but Morgan was icy and uninterested in small talk. Dave observed Morgan seemed nearly frantic to finish the last rounds and leave the building as their shift ended. After that first night, Dave had a peculiar sense that Morgan hated the theater. It took Morgan a while to explain why he was right. Dave's training included security rounds with Morgan over the next 2 days. Morgan concluded 2 days after Dave started that Dave knew the building well enough to tackle the final rounds alone on August 9. "Morgan, why don't you take this one?" Dave felt confident and patrolled the scary basement. After locking the doors and turning out the lights, he checked the first floor's rooms, including the main auditorium. He went to the second floor to examine the rooms and balcony, then to the third floor for the staff offices. He finished his checklist with the practice room. This open doorway was the only room in the building without a door. Just pop your head in, look around, and leave. Dave went to the rehearsal room, turned on the light, and looked in. The room was vacant. Once satisfied, he turned out the light and turned back into the corridor to go when a door across the hall banged shut violently. It was the bathroom door. His first impression was that someone was fleeing the building after sheltering there. He instinctively grabbed his radio and phoned Morgan. Morgan heard someone's on the third floor, but saw no one on the hallway video. Dave had grabbed his gun and was examining the dark hallway. He didn't see runners. While waiting for Morgan to save him, he thought about 2 things. First, hearing the door bang didn't mean the person ran out. They may still be in the bathroom. Second, he remembered from his training that the bathroom door had a heavy-duty hydraulic hinge. That door could not close. He was aiming his revolver at the bathroom door when Morgan emerged at the top of the stairs with his weapon. They entered the bathroom and cleared every stall and corner. No one was there. There was no escape. Okay, they thought, they must have run out of the bathroom before slamming the door. They're somewhere else in the theater. They searched the entire building. They left the bathroom with pistols drawn and checked all third-floor doors. All was locked. Dave could see via the stairway door window that the second-floor lights were on as they descended. He recalled turning them off minutes earlier. "Did you turn on the second-floor lights?" Morgan shook his head. "No. They assumed the bathroom occupant ran to the second level and turned them on. When they entered the second story, all the lights were on and every door was open. They searched every room, closet, and crevice. Nobody was there. They switched out all lights, locked all doors, and kept searching. Lights off, doors locked, the first floor was perfect. They descended to the basement. As they searched for an intruder, the creepiness increased. They searched every room, but found no one. Back in the control room, they reviewed third-floor surveillance footage. The camera wasn't pointed toward the restroom door, and the corridor was too dark to view. The footage only shows the practice room light flashing on and off and the door slamming loudly. They couldn't explain. They were afraid that someone was still in the building. One more thorough search yielded nothing. They gave up and left, calling it a bizarre, unexplained experience. Morgan worked alone on August 11th, 2 days later. Off day for Dave. Morgan perceived whispers from the hallway behind him while in the control room. After the door slammed, he was hypervigilant. He exited the hallway with his pistol. After he did, the whispering sound moved down the hall away from him. Nothing was visible when he peered around. He slowly walked down the corridor to the basement stairway. As he climbed the steps, he heard someone coughing from the basement. Morgan now acknowledged to being afraid. After all the strange things that had been happening, being alone in this vast, ancient theater and hearing coughing from the spooky basement was unnerving. He slowly descended the stairs with his rifle pointing ahead. He stopped coughing as he turned the corner at the bottom of the stairs. He turned on the lights and saw a long, deserted hallway. There was nothing. He checked all the doors as he walked down the corridor. Farther down the cellar, he smelled smoke. It came from a locked door next to him. He entered expecting a fire after unlocking the door. Despite the strong smoke scent, the room was empty and there was no fire. He examined the little room with the light on, but found nothing. He searched every room in the basement, convinced there was a fire. There was nothing. The smoke smell vanished as quickly as it appeared. He searched the auditorium for fires, but found none. He pondered phoning the fire department, but what would he say? He had to assume he smelled something. A few weeks later, on September 4, Dave arrived early for his shift at the theater. He spotted 3 employees speaking at the front desk when he entered. He overheard one talking about theater spirits as he passed. He was immediately intrigued. He approached the chatting man and introduced himself. Blair Fuller was the theater's senior accountant. Dave asked, "What's this about ghosts?" "I'm a security officer here, and I've seen some strange things myself." Blair invited Dave to his third-floor office to explain. "Okay," Blair said, "I've got a story for you. This happened a couple of years ago. I was right here in this office working late. It was about 9 or 10 at night, and I heard the elevator kick on. A loud elevator engine was always visible outside Blair's office. He didn't think much of it until he realized he was the only one in the building. The lights above the elevator door indicated the floor from his office window. It rose from the basement. It halted on the 3rd floor after the first 2. No one was there when the doors opened. Blair claimed he wasn't worried. He thought there was scheduled maintenance. The elevator alarm, which sounds when something blocks the entrance, went off after a while. He heard the loud ringing from his window, but saw nothing in the entryway. From his office, he walked to the elevator. He reported the temperature plummeted when he entered. The elevator was cold. He turned to face his office, and the doors closed. He said he didn't get off. It was his choice to ride. The elevator went down when the basement button lit up, obviously pressed. He wondered, what in the world is going on? The basement elevator opens. The place is empty. He entered the eerie underground hall. He shouted, "Hey, is anyone down here?" with all his courage. No one responded. Only light came from the open elevator car. He scarcely saw the piano in the hall. He looked both ways. Nothing. He was so scared that he climbed back in the elevator and repeatedly punched the 3rd floor and door close buttons. He ascended after the doors closed. He returned to his office, closed the door, and sat, heart thumping. While trying to understand what happened, he heard a tremendous banging sound outside his office. His door opened, and he peered out. His eyes fell on a large metal filing cabinet in the entrance with all its drawers open. That was not his doing. He watched as the hefty drawers closed themselves one by one. Bang, 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 until they all closed. He tried opening a drawer to test whether it would close itself, but it didn't. Something must have closed it. He then left with his belongings. He never worked another theater night shift. Dave informed Morgan of Blair's remarks later that night. Morgan surprised him by opening up. He said, "You know, even before you started working here, I always felt like I was being watched in this building. And then we had that experience with the slamming door and the lights. And just a few days ago, when I was here alone, I heard voices and someone coughing in the basement, and I smelled smoke. They were finally open about how uncomfortable they felt." Dave thought of it. "My best friend, Greg, said, I'll invite him over one night. We'll tell him we're just giving him a tour, and we won't say anything about the strange stuff. We'll just see if he notices anything. If something happens, we'll have another witness to validate it." Morgan agreed with him. The next day, Dave's friend Greg came for his tour. They started in the main auditorium and went to the basement. Morgan and Dave observed an open door down the long corridor when Morgan turned on the light at the top of the stairs. They were certain that door should be locked. They pulled Greg behind them, drew their pistols, and moved down the hall to the door. The door banged in front of them as they left. 3 shocked people stared at each other. Before they could act, the doorknob rattled fiercely. A few seconds later, the rattling ceased. Dave and Morgan understood they had to enter. Greg followed them since he was afraid in the hall alone. They entered the little room with pistols drawn, but found no one. Greg exclaimed and pointed to a corner. He murmured, "Someone's sitting in the corner." After turning around, Dave and Morgan aimed their weapons at the corner, but saw nothing. "I just saw someone," Greg said. One of them said, "He was wearing a hood, like a sweatshirt." He was right there. Greg was seeing things after they brought him in to disprove the oddity. They left, locked, and headed upstairs swiftly. "I'm out of here," Greg remarked, leaving. All the weird episodes were reported, but Dave and Morgan framed them as break-ins, not hauntings. The county installed a new theater security camera system with infrared night vision. Morgan worked alone on September 15th to install the new cameras. He was in the control room testing the new equipment and seeing camera feed. An image on a television drew his attention. Main auditorium camera. The zoomed-out camera made it hard to discern if someone was sitting in a seat. He zoomed in and saw a guy seated with a hood. Morgan saw bright eyes staring at the camera as the person slowly moved its head. The figure suddenly rose, drifting toward the ceiling, disappearing. Morgan finished. He didn't probe. He didn't request assistance. He packed up, left the theater, and quit his job that day. A few weeks later, Dave worked alone at the theater. He heard a piano playing suddenly in the control room. Basement piano was the sole piano in the building. He pulled his gun and exited the control room because he had to investigate. As he approached the basement stairs, the piano music increased. As he downed the stairs, he heard the piano key's wooden cover close and the music stop just before he turned the corner into the long hallway. He turned the corner, turned on the lights, and surveyed the hall. Nobody was there. He realized he would never find anyone. Whatever haunted the theater. That satisfied Dave. He returned upstairs, locked himself in the control room until his shift ended, and left. The next day, he told his sergeant, "You can never assign me to that theater again, or I will quit." He was reassigned immediately. No full-time security officer worked at the theater for 2 months. The role was finally filled by veteran police officer Josh Thomas on November 26th. Dave drove near the theater on his first night of duty. Josh's voice suddenly rang out over the radio. "I need backup right now. Someone has broken into the theater." Dave already suspected otherwise. He didn't want to return, but he had to warn the new guy. Josh was standing outside a rear door, terrified, when Dave came. Josh said he heard voices in the basement while making rounds. On the third story, he observed the elevator rise from the basement by itself. It was vacant when the doors opened. When the door alarm went off unexpectedly, he called for help. Dave said, "Look, let's just search the building together." They searched the theater, but discovered nothing. Before Dave left, they were conversing on the big auditorium stage. Josh faced Dave when his back was to the audience. Josh paused, mid-sentence, transfixed, and stared at something above Dave's shoulder. "What?" asked Dave. Josh murmured, "There's something behind you." Dave carefully turned. A man stood in the dark theater's rear. He was hooded and faced away. The figure turned rapidly and faced them. Deep, dark, sunken eyes and a black, scorched face suggested it had been terribly burned. The stranger glanced at them before turning and rushing out of the theater's rear. Josh thought it was an intruder, but Dave knew better. They checked the building again, but discovered no shrouded figure. Dave sat Josh down in the control room and told him everything, his, Morgan's, and Blair's. Dave later researched the theater's history. His research revealed a devastating 1940s fire in the structure. A man trapped in the basement died in the fire. Dave, Morgan, and Josh believed they were seeing the ghost of that man still haunting his grave. 6 DeFeo family members were asleep in their beds in calm suburban Amityville, New York on the 13th of November, 1974. The 7th family member, 23-year-old Ron DeFeo Jr., was awake in his basement room. He got out of bed at 1 a.m., grabbed a powerful gun, and climbed the stairs. He reached the second-floor landing after climbing the second flight of steps. He went straight to his parents' bedroom. A little candle on his father's bedside table illuminated the room. Ron shot his father twice in the back with the rifle. After his father stopped, he shot his mother twice with the rifle. He left the room calmly and crossed the hall to his 2 younger brothers' bedroom. He fired 1 shot at his 2-year-old brother Mark with the weapon again. He then fired 1 shot at his 9-year-old brother John. His 3-year-old sister Allison was asleep in another bedroom down the hall when he exited their room. He shot once with the rifle. After leaving her room, he went up a 3rd set of stairs to the 3rd story, located his 8-year-old sister Dawn, and shot her 1 last time. Ron DeFeo Jr. killed his family in 15 minutes. He was calm and collected. He casually moved from room to room, taking well-aimed shots. He dropped the firearm, stepped outside, and sprinted to a neighboring pub. He raced inside and yelled that he had just returned home to discover his family shot and needed help. He refused to enter the house when bar patrons followed him. They entered and saw the horror. Ron immediately confessed, "I killed my family," to the police. Ron Jr. was the most notoriously dysfunctional DeFeo. His explosive, angry temper and extensive drug and alcohol usage were well known. People avoided him. Amityville was unsurprised when Ron was found guilty of murdering the entire family. As crime scene details emerged, folks wondered if there was more to the story. All 6 victims were found face down in their beds. None exhibited evidence of fighting their attacker. Investigators initially thought Ron drugged them before killing them. No family members had narcotics or sedatives in their systems when toxicology findings came back. This didn't bother police at first. They assumed the family in the other rooms didn't hear the gunshots. Ron utilized a .35 caliber Marlin, one of the loudest guns available. Investigators tested the identical gun inside a house and found that it could be heard from a mile away. The detectives concluded that the family heard the gunshots, which was alarming. What was happening must have been known. None got out of bed for some reason. They didn't flee, hide, or fight. All they did was wait in bed. Ron's confession was odd. He informed authorities that he heard a voice in his head while lying in his basement bed, unable to sleep the night of the murders. The voice said, "Kill them." He believed he was going crazy. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness under the basement stairs and approached him. Ron saw this creature stroll up to his bed, bend down, and whisper, "Kill them." He said he lost control of his body at that point. Involuntarily, he grabbed the gun next to his bed, rose up, and headed upstairs. He knew he was going to kill his family and didn't want to, but he had no choice. He claimed to be possessed by a basement demon. Ron's tale horrified Amityville, but a demon-possessed mansion didn't hold up in court. His 6 murder convictions earned him life in jail. The Lutz family moved into the notorious mansion a year later. After 28 days, they fled in terror, claiming supernatural forces were tormenting them, including cellar voices. After then, famous demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren investigated the property. They swiftly confirmed the house was haunted. The Amityville house is one of the most haunted in the world. Lorraine captured a famous photo while the Warrens investigated. She was taking infrared photos on the 2nd floor near the bedroom where the 2 boys were killed. She and her husband Ed were alone in the house. One photo of the processed film showed a young boy with luminous eyes peering out of a doorway. Lorraine has long maintained the boy in the picture is 9-year-old John DeFeo's ghost. The house still stands in Amityville and has been sold many times. No one seems to like living there long. Many thanks for viewing. Comment your thoughts about today's episode. And remember, you can binge on our true crime playlist right now. Till next time. See you. A woman called a moving company in New York and suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. The employee who answered the phone told her that her 8-year-old daughter, Eliza, never showed up for work that day. At first, the woman said nothing. Then her breathing changed. Her voice started trembling. And before hanging up, she quietly said she needed to call 911 immediately. Just moments earlier, she had walked into her house and found the entire place destroyed. Furniture overturned. Papers scattered everywhere. And upstairs, behind a locked bedroom door, was something waiting that would horrify detectives for months to come. That night, the 10th of August 2005, investigators in New York began looking into what appeared to be a violent home invasion. But as the evidence started coming together, they realized the killer wasn't a stranger who broke into the house. The killer was someone who had already been standing beside the family the entire time. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload 2, 3, even 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please tell the like button. You'll save them a seat at the movies, but then you put your code on it instead. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. In the early afternoon of Wednesday, the 10th of August 2005, 8-year-old Eliza Parsi was sitting on her bed in her Staten Island home, flipping through a fashion magazine. The house was quiet. Her mother, Seema, was at work, so Eliza had the place to herself until her own shift started later. Eliza had just graduated high school a few months earlier and was working as a clerk at a moving company. She was saving up for college, but her real dream was to move into Manhattan and work in the fashion industry. Still, she felt a little guilty about leaving. It would mean her mom would be all alone in the big house. Eliza's parents, who were both from Israel, had divorced about a year and a half before. Her father had moved back to Israel, leaving just her and her mom in New York. Eliza did have 2 older half-brothers from her mom's first marriage. One was also in Israel. The other, her 2 7-year-old half-brother Raviv, lived a short drive away. But they rarely saw him. Raviv was married with a new baby and was in charge of the family's struggling kosher cookie business. He was always busy, always stressed about money, and just didn't make it out to Staten Island much. Eliza got to the last page of her magazine and saw it was time to get ready for her 2 p.m. shift. But first, she wanted to check her messages on her online dating profiles. So she went over to her desk and logged into her computer. Back in 2005, internet dating was just taking off, and Eliza had made a few profiles to see what would happen. She'd started messaging and meeting up with men from all over the city, but she kept it a secret from her mother. She knew Seema wouldn't approve of her dating men who weren't from their Orthodox Jewish faith. Eliza knew this for a fact because it had happened with her last boyfriend, Hassan. He was a Muslim boy she'd met at her public high school. Her family had completely disapproved of the relationship because of his religion. The pressure became too much, and Eliza eventually broke up with him. So now, she was much more secretive. She'd make up excuses to go to other neighborhoods when really she was going on dates. She had even started secretly bringing some of the guys back to her house, always sneaking them in through the back door when her mom was at work. Eliza saw a few new messages and replied to them. Then she headed into the bathroom to take a shower. A few minutes later, she turned off the water and heard a noise from outside the bathroom. She'd heard a landscaping crew next door earlier, but this was different. It was a weird banging sound. Thinking it might just be the landscapers next door, Eliza stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel tightly around herself. Then, she slowly opened the bathroom door to see where the noise was coming from.
But someone was already inside the house. That night, around 7:30 p.m., Eliza's mother, Seema, got home. She put her key in the front door, but it would only open a few inches. Something was blocking it. Confused, Seema shoved against the door until she could squeeze inside. The first thing she saw was that a heavy mirror had been propped against the door. Before she could process why, she turned on the lights and saw her living room was completely destroyed. Furniture was overturned, cabinets were open, and papers were everywhere. Seema immediately felt her heart start pounding. Someone had broken into the house. But then another thought hit her. Where was Eliza? Seema knew her daughter had been home. She started calling out her name, but there was no answer. She ran upstairs and saw that the door to Eliza's room was closed. She tried the handle, but it was locked. This was wrong. Eliza never locked her door. In a panic, Seema banged on the door, screaming Eliza's name. But there was only silence. She pulled out her phone and called the moving company. When Eliza's boss told her she'd never shown up for work, Seema's stomach dropped. With trembling hands, she hung up and dialed 911. About an hour later, Detective Michael Kenny of the NYPD arrived. The street was swarming with neighbors, and yellow crime scene tape was stretched across the front yard. He parked and walked to the house, where 2 patrol officers met him. They told him they'd responded to a robbery call, had to break down a locked bedroom door, and inside, they found the body of one 8-year-old Eliza Parsi. The officers said the whole house was torn apart, but they couldn't find any sign of a forced entry. They pointed to Seema, who was standing nearby with a young man. Kenny knew he'd have to talk to her, but first, he needed to see the scene for himself. Inside, the living room was a mess, but Kenny noticed that valuable items like the TV and stereo were sitting out in the open, untouched. That was unusual for a burglary. He went upstairs to Eliza's room. It was also ransacked. Clothes were everywhere, and the mattress was pulled off the bed, leaning against a wall. In the middle of the floor was Eliza's body. She was naked, with a towel bunched up underneath her. Kenny asked a crime scene tech if this was how they found her. The tech said no. When they first arrived, Eliza had been underneath the mattress with a pillow over her face. They had to move both to examine her. Kenny knelt down but couldn't see an obvious cause of death, no bullet or knife wounds. This suggested she might have been suffocated, maybe with that pillow. He asked if they'd found any signs of injury. The tech pointed to a few tiny drops of blood on the towel. They were small and could have been old. But all the details, a naked young woman, the mattress, the pillow, the blood, made Kenny suspect she had been sexually assaulted before she was killed. He told the tech to collect the blood and any other fluids as evidence. A few minutes later, Kenny went outside to speak with Seema. She was crying on the shoulder of a young man who immediately stepped forward when he saw Kenny. He demanded to know why they couldn't see Eliza and why the police weren't out arresting her killer. Kenny took a deep breath. This was clearly Eliza's brother, and his anger was understandable. Kenny calmly explained that to find the killer, he needed information, starting with where he and Seema had been that day. The man lowered his voice and introduced himself as Raviv. He and Seema both said they had been at work all day and had alibis. Kenny then asked if they knew anyone who would want to harm Eliza. He saw them exchange a knowing glance. Raviv immediately said Kenny should look into her ex-boyfriend Hassan. Seema added that just a few weeks ago, Eliza had woken up to find Hassan sitting at the end of her bed, just staring at her. She said it terrified Eliza, who had no idea how he'd gotten inside. Before Kenny could ask another question, Raviv suddenly started yelling at someone across the yard. "Get out. We don't want you here." Kenny turned and saw a teenage boy standing there, looking scared. Raviv then turned back to Kenny and yelled at him to arrest that boy, Hassan, because he was the one who killed Eliza. Late that night, Detective Kenny sat in an interrogation room with Hassan. So far, Hassan had been cooperative, but he didn't have a solid alibi for the time Eliza was likely killed. Kenny had taken a DNA sample from him, as well as from Seema and Raviv, to compare against the evidence found at the scene. But DNA results took weeks back in 2005, so Kenny hoped for a confession. He asked Hassan if he had ever snuck into Eliza's house. Hassan didn't deny it. He admitted he had, but insisted he was just trying to talk to her to get back together. He said Eliza wasn't terrified, just annoyed, and told him to leave. Kenny noted the difference between Hassan's story and Seema's. He asked why Eliza's family disliked him so much. Hassan hung his head and said it was about religion. He was Muslim and they were Orthodox Jewish. Kenny wasn't sure what to believe. Was Hassan an obsessive ex-boyfriend, or were they just star-crossed lovers? Either way, he had a motive and a history of sneaking into her house. But with no confession and no hard evidence, Kenny had to let him go. The next day was Eliza's funeral, held so quickly due to Orthodox custom. Kenny had just received the autopsy report. It confirmed Eliza died from asphyxiation, likely smothered by the pillow. The medical examiner also found semen showing she'd had sex within 24 hours of her death and skin cells under her fingernails suggesting she fought back. But here was the twist. The report concluded the sex had been consensual. There were no signs of sexual violence. This meant the killer was likely a romantic partner, which seemed to clear her family. But it also didn't seem to be a random burglar since nothing was stolen. At the synagogue, Kenny saw two groups, members of the Orthodox community and Eliza's friends from school. He stood in the back of the men's section and watched. The atmosphere was solemn. Then, suddenly, the energy in the room shifted. Everyone turned to look at the entrance. It was Hassan. He was trying to make his way to the casket. Raviv saw him, marched straight over, shoved him, and yelled at him to get out. Before a fight could break out, other men separated them and escorted Hassan out of the building. 2 weeks later, on August 24th, Kenny was with the NYPD computer crime unit. Eliza's friends had told him about her secret online dating life. The IT specialists dug into her computer and found a message thread with a man named Jonathan. They were making plans to meet at her house for sex on August 9th, the day before she was killed. Eliza told him to come to her house while her mom was at work and that she'd leave the back door unlocked so he could sneak in. This plan matched the crime scene perfectly. Kenny tracked Jonathan down. He admitted he'd gone to her house and they'd had consensual sex, but he insisted he never went back to Staten Island after that. He gave a DNA sample without hesitation. Weeks passed and the case went cold. Kenny had nothing solid on Hassan or Jonathan. Then, on September 13th, the medical examiner called. The DNA results were in. The semen sample didn't match the skin cells under Eliza's fingernails. There was DNA from two different men. The semen belonged to Jonathan, confirming his story of consensual sex the day before. The skin cells found under Eliza's fingernails from her desperate fight for her life belonged to her half-brother, Raviv. Raviv was angry at his mother. The family cookie business she'd passed to him was failing, and he felt humiliated living in his in-laws' basement with his wife and new baby. He knew Seema had money from her recent divorce, money he felt was rightfully his. So on August 10th, instead of driving his delivery route, he went to his mother's house to steal it. He didn't know Eliza's work schedule had changed and that she would be home. Before searching the house, Raviv dragged a heavy mirror in front of the front door, creating a barricade in case someone unexpectedly came home. When he went into Eliza's room, he was shocked to find her coming out of the bathroom. He knew she would tell their mother what he was doing. In a panic, he tackled her, smothered her with a pillow until she stopped fighting, and then staged the scene to look like a robbery gone wrong. He then left, only to return hours later after his mother called him, pretending to be a grieving brother. Raviv eventually pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter and was sentenced to 18 years in prison. In the end, the person demanding justice the loudest outside the crime scene was the same person who had killed Eliza only hours earlier. Raviv had publicly blamed Hassan, comforted his grieving mother, and stood beside detectives pretending to mourn his sister. But the entire time, the killer had already been there. Hours earlier, when Seema called Eliza's workplace searching for her daughter, Eliza was already dead inside the house. And the person she should have been safest around turned out to be the one she needed protection from most. Thanks for listening. Let me know your thoughts on this case in the comments below. If you want to watch more true crime stories, check out the playlist linked on screen. Until next time. On the afternoon of October 11th, 2016, a middle-aged man named Carlos Herrera Sr. entered the visitation area of a prison in Venezuela. The room itself sort of looked like a high school cafeteria with tables and chairs everywhere for the inmates and their visitors to sit down and have their meetings. And right in front of was one table where there was this bedraggled-looking prisoner who Carlos was there to meet. As Carlos got closer to this guy, he could see he really looked terrible, the inmate. I mean, his cheekbones were sticking out. He was sort of emaciated. He was bloodied and bruised. He had bandages on his arm. And also, as Carlos moved towards this guy, he could clearly see all the guards that lined the walls and the exits of this visitation area sort of squirm with discomfort, as this meeting is about to take place. And Carlos had a good idea why these guards might be anxious. And that is because, over the past month, this prison had been on lockdown because a gang inside the prison had risen up and overpowered the guards and completely taken over for this entire month. And just to be clear, during this month, people died as a result of this takeover. This was a horrible month for this prison. And it was only over the past couple of days that the guards were finally able to take back control. Carlos knew all this not only because this riot was all over the news while it was going on, but also because his own son, Juan Herrera Jr., was serving time in this prison for robbery. He had been for the past year. However, Carlos was not coming to visit his son right now. Instead, he was coming to visit a different prisoner because during this riot, Juan Jr. had just disappeared. And Carlos, when he had found out about that, had called prison officials, other people, politicians, you name it, to try to figure out where his son went. But nobody seemed to know. And so finally, he had found this one prisoner, the guy he was meeting today, this beaten-down-looking guy who had agreed to come forward and tell Carlos what he knew about what happened to Juan Jr. And so Carlos sat down at this table with this prisoner. And after the two of them introduced themselves, very quickly, Carlos said, "Please, tell me what happened to my son. Where is he?" But this prisoner he was talking to did not immediately get into sort of a clear story about Juan Jr. This guy began talking about a totally separate prisoner, a man named Doran Hell Vargas. Vargas was notorious across Venezuela for a series of brutal murders he committed that ultimately put him in this prison. And during this recent riot at this prison, it was Vargas and his gang that rose up and took over. Vargas was in charge, effectively, of the entire riot. And so even though he was terrorizing people and brutalizing people and was very much responsible for the deaths of multiple inmates, he also, at the same time, did have to make sure that the people he was illegally in charge of had enough food, they had enough supplies, and they had the basic things they needed to survive. And so Carlos is listening to this man sort of lay this out about Vargas and sort of how he was in control during this riot. And Carlos was just confused. He did not understand why the man was explaining the minor details of what Vargas was doing during the riot when his own son was missing. Carlos looked at the man and said, "I just do not get it. Why are you explaining all of this to me? What does this have to do with my son?" The prisoner pointed to the bandage on his arm and pointed at all of his injuries. He told Carlos that if anybody got in the way of Vargas, they were beaten to within an inch of their lives, and some were killed. Carlos asked if that was what happened to his son, if he had been beaten by Vargas. But at that point, the prisoner just shook his head and said no. He looked down, unable to make eye contact, and said, "What happened to your son was much worse." The prisoner explained that during the riot, Juan Jr. was tapped by Vargas to help with something. Everyone had to do what Vargas asked, otherwise they would be beaten or killed. Ultimately, Juan Jr. agreed to help Vargas distribute food to the inmates. Because of the riot, the prison had been locked down, food supplies were restricted, and inmates were beginning to starve. Juan Jr. was told he needed to help provide food to these inmates. He agreed to do it, at which point he was informed exactly what role he was playing. Instead of going out and looking for this food, Juan Jr. was the food. Vargas and his gang cornered Juan Jr., beat him to death, butchered his body, and then literally fed him to the inmates. After hearing this horrific story, Carlos was completely destroyed. He went public and had a big press conference to tell the world about what happened to his son, demanding that the authorities take action. But despite there being many eyewitness accounts, ultimately the Venezuelan government denied the cannibalism and nobody was ever held accountable. Doranhel Vargas remains incarcerated and has never been charged with any crimes connected to Juan Jr.'s disappearance. At around 8 p.m. on August 19, 1962, a 12-year-old boy named Raymundo Marfa Dilva sat near the fireplace in the main room of a shack in rural Brazil. Raymundo lived in the shack with his father, Revelino, as well as his two younger brothers who were fast asleep in their beds inside of this main room only a few feet away. Raymundo and his family were very poor. The shack was very small, composed of only 2 rooms, the main room he was in right now, and the kitchen, which was connected by a single wooden door. They were truly out in the middle of nowhere in Brazil. They had no electricity, basically no money, and they really had almost nothing. And so that night, as Raymundo sat by the fire, just kind of quiet, his father, Revelino, came into the room from the kitchen. He sat down next to him, and the two just sat there quietly, enjoying the silence, doing their best not to wake up the 2 younger brothers who were breathing softly in their sleep. As they were sitting there, suddenly Raymundo heard a strange sound coming from the kitchen. He turned his attention and looked into the dark kitchen, and he saw a dark figure on all 4s quickly maneuvering across the ground out of sight. Raymundo was terrified. He turned to his dad, who was also staring at the kitchen door, wide-eyed, clearly having seen the same thing. Before Raymundo could do anything, his dad jumped up, slammed the door shut, separating them from the kitchen, and locked it. At that point, the 2 younger brothers woke up, and all 4 of them were looking at each other, wondering what was going on. Raymundo asked his dad what that was. Revelino was very unsettled. They did not have pets, and there were no other people inside of their shack. Revelino told his boys, "It is okay, I do not know what that is, but let us just stay here. We are safe. The door is locked, and we are all together." For a little while, they heard nothing. There were no more sounds coming from the kitchen. But eventually, Revelino and his sons began to hear voices. And they were coming from outside the shack. At first, they could not really tell what these voices were saying, but eventually they all began to hear the same thing. Whoever was out there was talking about Revelino. They could hear his name, and what they were saying is that if Revelino came out there, they were going to kill him. The boys were terrified and asked their dad what they should do. Revelino told his boys, "It is okay, I do not know what is going on, but clearly somebody is playing a cruel joke on us. This has to be a prank." He told his sons that they were just going to stay put in this room where they were safe, wait until the sun comes up, and then figure out who was playing this prank on them. Sure enough, Revelino and his sons stayed in their room, barely sleeping, all the way until 6 a.m., when the sun began to come up. At that point, Revelino told his sons to stay put, and he was going to go out there and investigate. By this point, they had stopped hearing voices, and it felt like whoever was out there had passed. Revelino walked over to the door that led into the kitchen, unlocked it, opened it up, and looked inside. He told the boys to stay there, and then he went out into the kitchen and shut the door behind him. While he was out there, the boys listened anxiously, but they just heard the sound of their dad walking around the kitchen. There was no commotion. A couple of minutes later, Revelino came back into the main room. He had a knife in his hand, but he told them, "It is okay, there is nothing out here, I am now going to go outside and make sure nobody is outside the hut. Stay put, I will be right back." Revelino walked out again into the kitchen, shut the door behind him, and the boys heard the sound of the back door opening. Presumably, Revelino went outside, and that was the last time the boys ever spoke to their father. 6 months later, on March 10, 1963, 5 men were out hunting in the wilderness not far from the shack. At some point, they came across a huge boulder. This boulder had a big crevice in it, and one of the hunters happened to walk past and look inside. There, they found a skeleton. That skeleton belonged to Revellino, Rayundo's father. But that was not the end of the story. On the day that Revellino stepped out the front door and was never heard from again, Rayundo felt really nervous. He defied his father, opened up the door that led to the kitchen, and looked towards the outside door. It was wide open. He saw his dad stepping into a huge cloud of yellow smoke. Amidst this smoke were these cylindrical objects floating in the air, spinning around in a circle, and seemingly spitting out the smoke. Rayundo had no idea what he was looking at, but he saw his dad walking into this cloud. The smoke got so bad, it totally obscured his dad, who disappeared. Rayundo yelled out for his dad and charged towards him to try to stop him, but as soon as Rayundo went out into the yellow smoke, the smoke just dissipated. The cylinders disappeared, and his dad was gone too. Rayundo sprinted around, calling for his dad, but there was no sign of him. They alerted authorities, who launched a search, but they could not find him. And then, 6 months later, his body was found in that crevice. To this day, nobody knows what actually happened to Revellino, how he wound up inside of that rock crevice, what that dark figure in the kitchen was, or what those floating cylinders were. It remains a mystery. On the afternoon of June 1st, 2018, 36-year-old Luis Garcia headed into Mexico City to meet up with his older brother. The two of them were very close and had been through a lot together. When Luis was 14 years old and his older brother was 15, their parents went through a really messy divorce. During it, their father walked out on them, and they never saw him again. Shortly after that, their mother remarried, and her new husband moved in with the family. And shortly after that, their mother just vanished. The boys asked their stepfather where she was, but he would say, "I do not know. She went out on an errand and she never came back." The boys were very suspicious because this did not feel like something their mom would do. But just a couple of days after their mom disappeared, their stepfather disappeared too. Suddenly, these teenage boys were left to fend for themselves. They contacted the police, explaining that they thought something happened to their mom and that their stepfather had something to do with it. The police launched an investigation, but they could not find their mother or their stepfather. After the police wound down their investigation, the two boys who had been orphaned learned to fend for themselves, but they never stopped looking for their mom. For nearly 2 decades, they continued to search Mexico City, but they could never get any closure. Today, the two brothers had met up not to go looking for their mom, but instead to meet at their childhood home. After they were abandoned, they had lived in the house on their own, grown up there, and eventually moved out to start their own adult lives, but they had never sold the house. Now, they were going back to clean it up and do some basic renovations. The two brothers met up at the home and went inside. Old photos were still on the wall, and memories came rushing back, many of which were very sad and troubling. They decided that since the place had been sitting there for years and had fallen into disrepair, they would fix it up. Over the next couple of days, they called in some contractors to begin doing some basic renovations, while the brothers continued to clean up and pack things. On one particular day, a group of contractors was working in the master bedroom. The brothers were in the living room doing their own thing when they heard a big commotion coming from the master suite. One of the contractors began yelling for the brothers to get in here and look at what he had found. The two brothers got up, bolted into the master suite, and looked at something sitting on the ground. At first, they did not even know what they were looking at. But then, the contractor, after composing himself, told them what it was, and suddenly the boys understood what had happened to their mother. It turned out the brothers were right. Their mother had not simply gone out and abandoned her sons. Instead, on the day she left and never came back, she had been bound, gagged, and stuffed inside the wall of their family home. We know this because when the contractor was doing renovations inside that home, his sledgehammer went into the wall in the master suite. When he pulled it out, a white object came tumbling out. That object was their mother's skull. After pulling apart the wall and looking inside, they found the rest of her skeleton clearly bound and gagged. Most disturbingly of all, they also found scratch marks inside the wall, suggesting she was alive when she was put in there, desperately trying to get the attention of her sons, but nobody could hear her. Following this horrific discovery, the two brothers went to the police in Mexico City and told them what happened. The police came to the house and looked all over, trying to figure out who killed her, but they could not solve it. The police always suspected the stepfather, given that he went missing a couple of days after the mother did, but they could never locate him. Today, he would be well over 90 years old and is very likely already dead. The brothers were left with a devastating sense of grief, knowing that their mother had been right there the whole time, trapped inside the walls of the home where they lived, while they spent years searching the streets of the city for her. It was a tragic end to a decades-long mystery. They had to deal with the realization that their lives had been completely altered by a monster who lived under the same roof. The trauma was immense, but it also brought them closer together as brothers, having survived such an unimaginable ordeal. They decided to finally tear down the house, unable to live with the physical structure that had held such a dark secret for so long, and instead built a beautiful memorial to honor their mother's life and ensure she was never forgotten. It was a way for them to reclaim their lives and find a sliver of peace. Now, as of right now, we have a brand new show, a history podcast. But wait, it is not like a boring history show. This is not like, when you were in school and you had to sit through lectures about something that happened hundreds, thousands of years ago. It is not that. We are going to pull from history, but we are going to tell the true stories behind moments in history. We are going to give you stories that feel like classic, suspenseful stories with plot twists and crazy points of view. It is going to be classic storytelling, but again, historical is the context. Here, let me give you an example. So, if you look back and try to identify the first time true crime sort of became a thing that the public was suddenly interested in, a case that really had nothing to do with them just because it was entertaining, that case would be about this murderer who escaped. And that is kind of all that is available if you look it up. Oh, yep, escaped murderer. That is when true crime became a thing. But did you know that that case, the escaped murderer, was way more compelling and exciting than most people give it credit for? People were interested at the time because there was this crazy transatlantic boat chase, and there was this crazy hunt for the killer, and the killing itself was so grisly. And that story really does not get told much. It is just kind of a statistic in a history book. And so what this podcast does is it finds cases like that and actually shows you why history is so cool and so interesting. And that is just episode 1. So this new history podcast is called A Twist of History, and it is live right now. So go to any platform where you get your podcasts and look up A Twist of History, or just search for Ballen Studios and you can find it that way. Follow the show and tune in each week. And if you really want to, give us a 5-star review. The show is totally free. New episodes every Wednesday. Oh, and one more thing. Be sure to stick around till the end of today's video for a sneak peek of episode 1. It was July 9th, 1910. A 16-year-old boy flies down 4 flights of stairs of a concrete office building and steps out onto Borough High Street on the south bank of the River Thames. The noise hits him immediately. People are rushing down the sidewalk, the road filled with a mix of horse-drawn buggies and rattling automobiles. The street is so crowded it overwhelms the boy. He quickly pulls his hat down further to partially cover his face and starts weaving his way through the foot traffic. He darts his eyes back and forth, convinced that someone is going to recognize him. He can feel his heartbeat all the way up in his ears. He keeps rushing and scanning the street, but nobody pays any attention to him. So, the boy finally relaxes a little. He slows down to a normal walk and makes his way to the entrance of a nearby London Underground station. A few minutes later, the boy sees his father coming towards him, holding a single small suitcase. The boy greets his father, and they run down the steps together into the underground just in time to catch the next train. The boy watches the train doors close and the mass of passengers exiting. He looks around to make sure he still has not been recognized and follows his father on board. As the train car continues to fill up, the boy and his dad lower their heads, avoiding eye contact with their fellow passengers. And finally, the train starts to roll down the underground tracks, and the boy and his father exhale. Their escape from England has begun. It was a quiet, tense moment, but they knew they had to keep moving. But let us talk about what made this case so famous. Back in 1910, there was no internet, no smartphones, and no television. The only way people got their news was through the newspapers that were printed several times a day. And when this particular murder was discovered, it completely captivated the public. The details of the crime were so shocking that they quickly became the talk of the entire city. People were buying every edition of the newspaper just to read the latest updates. The police were under immense pressure to find the killer, but the suspect had a massive head start. He had managed to slip away from London unnoticed, leaving the detectives completely baffled. They had no idea where he had gone, but they knew he had to be fleeing the country. This led to a frantic search of all the major ports in England, with officers checking every ship that was departing for foreign lands. But the suspect was clever. He had disguised himself and was traveling under an assumed name, making it incredibly difficult for the authorities to track his movements. The chase quickly expanded beyond the borders of England, turning into an international manhunt that captured the attention of people all over the world. As the days went by, the tension continued to mount. The police received countless tips from the public, but most of them led to dead ends. They were racing against the clock, knowing that with every passing hour, the suspect was getting further and further away. But then, a breakthrough occurred. A sharp-eyed witness reported seeing a man matching the suspect's description boarding a steamship bound for North America. This ship was already in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, completely cut off from the rest of the world, with no way for the police to reach it. Or so the killer thought. What the suspect did not realize was that this particular ship was equipped with a brand new technology that was about to change the world of crime detection forever. It was a wireless telegraph. The captain of the ship was able to send a message back to England, confirming that the suspect was indeed on board and was traveling with a companion who was disguised as his son. This news sent shockwaves through the police department, and they immediately put a plan into action. A team of Scotland Yard detectives boarded a faster, more modern steamship determined to overtake the suspect's ship before it reached its destination in Canada. It was a high-stakes, dramatic race across the ocean, with the entire world watching and waiting to see who would win. Every day, the newspapers published updates on the positions of the two ships, and the public followed the chase with bated breath. It was the first time in history that a manhunt was followed in real time by millions of people across the globe, creating a level of excitement and suspense that had never been seen before. It was a watershed moment that marked the birth of the public's obsession with true crime stories, setting the stage for the genre that continues to fascinate us today. And on our new podcast, A Twist of History, we are going to dive deep into all the incredible details of this legendary chase, exploring the brilliant detective work, the technological breakthroughs, and the final, dramatic confrontation that took place on the shores of Canada. We will show you the human side of this historic event, bringing the characters to life and making you feel like you are right there in the middle of the action. This is just one of the many mind-blowing stories we have in store for you, and we cannot wait for you to hear them all. So, if you are ready to experience history in a whole new way, go and check out A Twist of History right now. It is available on all your favorite podcast platforms, and new episodes will be released every Wednesday. Do not miss out on this incredible journey through the past. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya.
In April of 2020, a 17-year-old named Sam, who was a really experienced outdoorsman, decided he was going to go on a simple one-night hike. The spot he chose was the Superstition Mountains in Arizona. Now, the name of these mountains has a few different origin stories, but the one that most people agree on is pretty telling. For a long time, people have been afraid of the Superstition Mountains because of all the mysterious deaths that have happened there over the years. And because so many people would avoid the area out of a fear of some mysterious end, the place just became known as the Superstitious Mountains. But Sam, he wasn't superstitious at all. In fact, he came out here all the time to go hiking. He had a favorite trail, a particular 8-mile loop that wound its way through a deep canyon. It was beautiful, challenging, and he knew it like the back of his hand. And so, this one-night trip he had planned was going to be on that same 8-mile loop. The plan was simple. He'd hike 4 miles in, find a good spot to camp for the night, and then hike the 4 miles back out the next morning. He had planned to do it with a good friend of his, but at the very last minute, his friend had to cancel. Something came up, and he just couldn't make it. So, Sam was on the fence. He teetered on the edge of just calling the whole thing off. But in the end, he thought, you know what? I'll just do it by myself. I'm so familiar with this trail, with this area. What could possibly go wrong? On the day he was supposed to leave for the hike, his plan was to get to the trailhead early in the day. That way, he'd have the maximum amount of sunlight to get his 4 miles in and set up camp without any pressure. But life doesn't always go according to plan. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, a mix of bad traffic getting out of the city and some unexpectedly rough road conditions on the dirt roads leading to the trail, he didn't actually get to the trailhead until 5:45 inches the evening. The sun was already getting low in the sky, casting long shadows across the landscape. Sam knew deep down that it was a bad idea to start a hike this late. He was going to run out of daylight fast. He probably wasn't going to make it the full 4 miles to the specific point where he had planned on camping out. But he was young, he was fit, and he was confident. He figured with his good health and fitness, he could probably move quickly, maybe even jog part of it, and make his way to the 2 or even 3 mile mark. He knew from past hikes that there were some other suitable campsites in that area, not his preferred one, but they would do. And so he decided he would kind of risk it. He would just try to go as fast as he could and use what little daylight he had left to reach a safe place to spend the night. But the trail was tougher than he remembered, or maybe it was the fading light playing tricks on him. He wasn't able to move as fast as he thought he could. The ground was uneven, and he had to watch his footing carefully. And soon enough, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the world went from gold to purple to a deep, inky black. It was totally dark. He had his flashlight, of course, but that only cut a small, shaky circle of light into the oppressive darkness. It was only able to shine maybe 10 feet in front of him. Beyond that, the wilderness was a complete mystery. And then, at one point, as he was navigating a rocky section of the trail, he nearly fell. His foot slipped, and he tumbled sideways, catching himself just before he went over the edge of a rock. He knew if he had fallen, he would have gotten really badly hurt. And the reality of his situation crashed down on him. He was 15 miles away from the nearest help. He was in a bad cell phone service area, meaning his phone was basically useless. The roads getting out here were treacherous, especially in the dark. And nobody, not even his parents, knew exactly where he was on this trail. It dawned on him in that moment that he'd made a pretty bad choice. He realized he should stop right now, make camp wherever he was, and not try to risk it any further. And as it happened, right where he stopped, there was a forest nearby. He shined his light off the path and into the trees, and he could see a clearing about 30 feet away. He walked into that clearing, and he found it was a great spot to make camp. It was flat, sheltered by the trees, and even better, on the edge of this clearing was the remnant of an old fire pit. It was very old, just a circle of blackened rocks, but it at least showed that someone had camped out right here before. And they seemed to have made it just fine. Suddenly, he was feeling pretty smart again. He felt like he'd made a good call, and he felt pretty good about where he was staying for the night. Now, Sam had intentionally not brought a tent. He was the kind of outdoorsman who liked to sleep on a simple sleeping pad with a warm sleeping bag over that. and then he would string up a tarp over the top of him just in case it rained. Since this clearing was surrounded by a bunch of tall pine trees, he was able to easily string up his tarp between two of them. It was perfect. And pretty soon, he had a small, crackling fire going in the old fire pit. The flames pushed back the darkness and the cold, and he felt a sense of comfort. He cracked open a can of beans and began eating his dinner, watching the fire dance. But as he was eating, he started to get a sense that something was off. Something was not right. It was a subtle feeling at first, like a prickle on the back of his neck. He began scanning the tree line around his small camp as if he was going to find something out of the ordinary. But his visibility was incredibly limited. If you've ever sat right next to a campfire in a dark forest, you know that your visibility is basically a 5-foot circle around the fire. The bright light of the flames ruins your night vision, and you really can't see beyond that bubble of light. His vision was also limited by all the pine trees that encircled his clearing. So he really could only see what was immediately around him and nothing else. He started thinking, that's gotta be it. Maybe I'm just nervous because I have no visibility. I'm alone, it's late, and I can't see what's out there. It makes sense that I'd feel a little on edge. But as he was rationalizing this bad gut feeling, a rock about the size of a marble came soaring into the campsite and landed at his feet with a soft thud. He looked down at the rock. It was just a plain gray rock. But immediately, he connected that rock to the sense of dread he had been feeling. The feeling wasn't just in his head. Something had thrown that rock. He was looking around a little more aggressively now, his head on a swivel, his eyes trying to pierce the darkness beyond his fire. But again, his vision was very, very limited. He was effectively blind to whatever was out there in the woods. And so, for the next 15 minutes, Sam sat there completely still, really aggressively scanning the tree line and listening as intently as he possibly could. He didn't hear anything. He didn't see any more rocks get thrown. And so, he began to rationalize again. He started to convince himself that there was nothing wrong here. That feeling I have? Oh, don't worry about that. He started telling himself, I must have kicked a rock when I was setting up camp, and it just landed now. That's what it is. Or maybe a rock fell off a tree branch. But either way, it's something totally explainable, and you've got nothing to worry about. After a little while of repeating this to himself, he convinced himself. He got into his sleeping bag under his tarp, put his head down, and he went to sleep. A couple of hours later, Sam woke up. He didn't know why, he just snapped awake. And he had that same sense of dread, but now it was back with a vengeance. It was a heavy, suffocating feeling. He couldn't hear anything. He couldn't see anything. But he was definitely feeling like something was wrong. And at that moment, as he was lying there, listening really intently and looking really carefully into the dark, he heard the sound of rustling leaves. It sounded exactly like someone walking through dry leaves about 30 or 40 meters away from his campsite. Initially, he couldn't tell if this person, or maybe an animal, was walking towards his campsite or away from it. The sound was just there, a steady crunching in the dark. But over the next 30 seconds or so, the sounds started to fade. And he convinced himself that, okay, they've left. Whatever it was, it's gone now, and everything's fine. But just in case, he wanted to grab his flashlight and shine it in that direction, just to be sure. And so he reached next to him to the spot where he had left it when he had gone to bed a couple hours earlier. And he couldn't find his flashlight. He started patting the ground around him, feeling for it. He looked around for it, but he couldn't find it. And he's thinking, man, that's weird. I had it right here, right next to my body. And it's not here anymore. And that's when the alarm bells started going off in his head. Because the only way this flashlight moves is if he moved it. And if it's not here, how did it move? And so he jumped out of his sleeping bag. He ducked out from under the tarp, and he's looking around on the ground in the immediate vicinity of where he was sleeping, trying to find this flashlight. And as he's looking out of the corner of his eye, he saw some light. He turned his head, and in the exact same direction that he had heard those footsteps, those rustling leaves, when he was still lying down, he saw his flashlight. It was laying on the ground about 10 meters away from him, and it was on. The beam was pointing away from him into the trees, which means someone or something had been less than a foot away from him to get this flashlight that was right next to him while he was fast asleep and totally helpless. And they had moved it all the way over there. Immediately, Sam thought to himself, that's a trap. They are trying to lure me away from my campsite. They want me to leave the safety of my fire and walk into the darkness to get my flashlight. Suddenly, he felt so scared he wanted to vomit. But he knew in order to survive this situation, he needed to keep his wits about him. So he put his boots on and he grabbed his knife. And he knew he was not leaving this campsite. In fact, he was going to build the biggest fire he could. He was going to stoke that fire as big as he could get it, and he was not going to go anywhere near that flashlight. For the next several hours, Sam just stood in the middle of his campsite, holding his knife, preparing to confront whatever the heck was out in the woods. And over those several hours, he would hear footsteps. They would approach his campsite, circle around it, and then turn around and leave. And he noticed a pattern. Every time the fire got lower, the footsteps would come closer and closer and closer. And when he would throw more wood on and stoke the fire, making it roar back to life, they wouldn't come as close. But at about 3 in the morning, he ran out of firewood. So unless he went into the woods to get more, he'd be out. And he was certainly not going into the woods. That was the whole point, to avoid the woods where this thing was. And so, as the fire slowly died down, turning from flames to glowing embers, Sam prepared himself mentally for whatever happened next. Because he knew that with that fire gone, this thing was comfortable coming all the way in. It had already come all the way up right next to him to get the flashlight. And so finally, he heard the footsteps approaching. And before this, the closest they had come was maybe about 15 meters away. They were far enough away that it didn't feel intimate. It was terrifying, but he had some distance. This time, they walked right up to about 3 meters away. But they intentionally came up behind the thickest group of trees so he couldn't see them. And it was still dark outside, and he was in that small bubble of light near the dying fire, so he was blind to whatever was on the other side of those trees. But he knew they were there, and they had stopped. And for 2 hours, this poor kid stood in the middle of this campsite, facing in the direction of whatever was behind the trees. His imagination was probably going crazy at this point with what could be behind those trees. He was just waiting for whatever happened next. But ultimately, the only thing that would happen is the sun would eventually come up, and right before it actually popped over the horizon, this thing on the other side finally moved. It turned around and ran away, crashing through the underbrush. And it did not come back. And so, when the sun finally did come up, Sam didn't just charge out of there. He was still thinking there could be a trap. He waited until it was totally full sunlight. And then he packed up everything he had, and he practically sprinted back to the parking lot. He got back into his car, locked the doors, and he drove nonstop for 20 miles until he got to a gas station where he could park and collect himself. And when he got there, he got out of his car, and he went inside and he got a drink. And when he came out, he noticed someone had written something on the dust on the back window of his car. He walked over to see what it was. And in the dust, someone had simply written, "Sleep well?" Sam is confident that whoever was stalking him at his campsite is the same person or group of people that wrote this message on his car. And now, Sam just wonders what would have happened if he had tried to retrieve that flashlight. In 1982, a very outdoorsy teenage girl and boy who had recently started dating decided to go camping in Maine. Around 1 in the morning on the first night they were there, the girl woke up because she had to go to the bathroom. She was about to unzip her tent when she stopped, because she heard some strange noises coming from outside their tent. It wasn't that loud, but it sounded distinctly like something was digging in the ground. But she really had to go, and she figured, you know what, it's probably just some small animal or something, a raccoon maybe. And so she began to unzip the tent. There was a little bit of moonlight that night, and there was a clearing outside of their tent, so the moonlight was pouring through. She had plenty of illumination, and so she looked through this tiny hole, and she couldn't believe what she saw. It was a grown woman squatting down about 2 or 3 feet away from their tent. Her back was to them, so she couldn't see that the girl was looking through the tent. And she was feverishly digging into the ground in front of her with her bare hands. The girl literally fell backwards into her tent. She was so startled by what she saw. And she landed on her boyfriend, who immediately got up and was like, "What's going on?" And she just went, "Shh." And she pointed at the little hole where she had unzipped the tent. And she just whispered, "Look." The boy was confused, but he could tell his girlfriend was very serious. So he sat up quietly and he looked through the little opening in the door. And he saw the digging woman. The boy recoiled and looked at his girlfriend, and he's like, "What is going on out there?" He took a flashlight, and his girlfriend was telling him, "Don't do it," but he opened up the tent a little bit more, and he aimed his flashlight directly on this woman. And this got her attention. She stopped digging, and she stood up slowly. And she turned around and faced them. And she had no expression. She wasn't giving them any indication why she was there. She wasn't acting aggressive. She wasn't acting scared. She was just completely neutral. And she stood there staring at them for quite a while before turning around and just walking away from their campsite into the darkness. And after a little while, when they were pretty certain she was gone, they opened their tent all the way. They went outside, they kind of scanned around with their flashlights, and she was nowhere to be found. And they went to where she was digging, and it was just this weird 4-inch deep hole in the ground. There was no rhyme or reason to why she was doing that. And so after sitting there wondering what they should do, they settled on, well, tomorrow we'll tell the park rangers that she was here, and maybe they'll do something about it. And so, feeling pretty confident that this woman was not going to come back, they both went back into the tent. They zipped it shut, they got in their sleeping bags, and they were about to go to sleep when they heard someone running towards their campsite. And they knew it was this woman. They immediately unzipped the tent and they looked out. And now the woman wasn't digging anymore. She was rummaging through some of their stuff that was outside of their tent. And the way she was doing it, they described as monkey-like. She'd pick something up, look at it, and then just throw it over her head. She'd pick the next thing up, throw it over her head, back and forth, just throwing things behind her. And so the boy got out, and he shined a light on her, and he said, "You need to leave." And she didn't react. She just kept flipping through all their stuff until he got pretty forceful and said, "You need to leave right now." And at that point, she kind of stopped and looked at him like, "Huh? What are you doing here?" And then she got up, turned around, and walked away. Now the couple really didn't know what to do, because she was clearly willing to come back after being confronted, but they stayed outside their tent for about 15 more minutes, shining their light and making lots of noise and treating her like she was an animal. They were just trying to scare her away from the campsite. And after a little bit of time, they thought, okay, there's no way she comes back now because, we were pretty aggressive with her this time, and she seemed to really get it. They both did go back in the tent, and as soon as they zipped it shut, they heard her come running straight back to the site. It was like she was literally waiting in the wings for when they went back in the tent. And this time, she ran back to the hole in the ground, and she was just feverishly digging into the ground as fast as she could. And this time, they came out of their tent, and they were mad. And they were screaming at this woman to get the F out of here. What are you doing? And this seemed to kind of frighten the woman, who got up and she looked at them like, "Why are you yelling at me?" And she ran away. And it looked almost animalistic, the way she was running away, like she was feral. The boy and the girl were totally shaken up at this point. It was about 1:30 in the morning, and this woman just kept coming back to their site, and they didn't know what to do about it. So they turned on some lanterns, and they turned on their flashlights, and they decided, we're just going to stay outside until the morning. That way, we know she doesn't come back and doesn't steal anything from us. But by about 3:30 in the morning, they'd been outside for 2 hours. They were getting cold, they were super tired, and the woman was nowhere to be found. And so they finally said, you want to go back in and get some sleep? I think this time she's really gone. They got back in their sleeping bags and they went to sleep. They didn't hear her again. The next morning, when they got up and they unzipped their tent, they looked outside and all of their stuff had been thrown all over the campsite. And the hole in the ground that the woman had dug, that was previously about 4 or 6 inches deep, was now well over a foot deep. And they realized this woman must have been lurking in the shadows in the woods, watching them from 1:30 to 3:30 in the morning. That whole time they were out there kind of warding her off. She was just waiting, just watching them the whole time in the shadows. And as soon as they went into their tent, she must have given it a little bit of time, but then she ran right back over and she ransacked their site. But the strangest thing was, after they looked through all of the stuff she had chucked around, nothing was missing. And there was some pretty expensive stuff that was laying out that she could have taken, but she didn't. After they picked up their site, they went to the park ranger and they told them about what had happened. But the ranger had no idea what to make of it. He'd never heard of such a thing. And so the couple just left that day because they were not about to spend another night here. And to this day, they have no idea why this woman was running onto their site and digging into the ground and rummaging through their stuff. It was like she was just a wild animal. In the early 2000s, a teenager named Eban and his father would regularly go hunting in the Georgia backcountry. When Eban turned 14, his father befriended a very wealthy landowner in Georgia who offered them access to one of his best private hunting areas. And just a couple of days later, on October 5th, Eben and his father would take him up on the offer. They woke up super early and they drove out to the edge of this property that was actually fenced in. They went to a main gate where they had the combo that this guy had given them. They punched in the combo, opened up the gate, drove in, shut the gate, locked it, and then continued down the access road. They followed this road for about 2 miles where it came to a stop right outside of this huge forest. They parked their truck, they got out, they put on their gear, and in the pre-morning darkness began hiking into the woods. Even though they were there primarily to hunt, Eban and his father secretly enjoyed just hiking around the woods and camping out. And any chance they got to extend their hunting trips, they would, even if the hunting wasn't good. And so since they spent a ton of time in the woods together, they noticed almost immediately when they walked into this particular forest that something was off. There were no birds. There were no animals. It was just totally silent. The only sounds they heard that were not them was a single plane that passed overhead. Although they found this very odd, they figured, you know what? This is private property. Not a lot of people are out here. I'm sure as soon as we showed up, the animals were aware of us and they've scattered. They finally made it out to the hunting stand that the owner had told them about. They got all settled in, they were getting ready to see some animals, and all day long, they didn't see a single animal. They didn't hear a single animal. In fact, again, it was just completely silent. Frustrated, they began packing up their stuff, making their way down off the stand. And they started looking for a place to make camp for the night. And Eben's father suggested, well, hey, there's obviously nothing over here. It's been quiet all day. Why don't we walk deeper into the woods a little ways, set up camp there, so tomorrow we have a better chance of seeing some animals. So they hiked for about an hour, farther away from where they parked their truck, and they reached this clearing, which was perfect for setting up their camp. And so they set up their tent, and Eban's father said, hey, we still got some daylight. Do you want to go try our luck and see if we can see some animals out here now? And Eban was like, yeah, why not? So they hiked a little ways away from their campsite, and they set up their blind. And once again, they didn't see any animals. It was totally quiet. And so they turned around and they started heading back. As soon as they could see their campsite, which really was just their tent, they noticed that their tent was now collapsed. And Eban's father turned to him and said, "Oh, it must have been the wind." And Eben said, "No, it couldn't have been the wind. Because all day today, we have been commenting on how quiet it is and how the fact that there's no weather, no wind, no anything is heightening the fact that it's completely silent. So it could not have been wind." So Eban's father is like, "Well, when you set the tent up, did you not put the posts into the eyelets? Did you not build it correctly?" And Eban was like, "No, I've made that tent like 1,000 times. I know it was set up correctly." They walked into their campsite and they looked down at their tent and they were really confused at what they saw. The two rods that go in an X over the top of the tent that thread through nylon loops and then anchor at 4 different points on the base of the tent, well, they had been removed from the 4 corners. And if you know how a tent works, it works on tension. And once you have a rod anchored in 2 points, it doesn't just pop out. It's anchored at 2 sides. It's actually difficult to remove each anchor. Once one is out, the other comes out easily. But basically, the rod would need to break in order for it to come out of those anchor points. Or someone would have to come over and remove it. And they didn't remove them, and none of the rods were broken. Which leaves them with either they failed to set up their tent, even though they had distinct and clear memories of setting it up and double checking it was set up because they put gear inside of it, or someone came over to their campsite while they were gone and undid the 4 corners. They decided, you know what? It can't be some stranger coming over here because we're the only ones with the gate combo. This is private property and no one could have been here. And why would they do that? If they came to our campsite, why would they randomly collapse our tent and then vanish? So it had to be us. We must have not made the tent right. And while they didn't really believe that they had not made their tent right, they convinced themselves that that's what happened because the alternative was just too bizarre and frankly terrifying to consider. So they built their tent again and they made a little fire. And they stayed up for a little while chatting before being tired and saying, okay, let's just go to bed. They extinguished the fire, they got in the tent, and they both fell asleep. A couple hours later, Eban woke up suddenly. And he wasn't sure if he was dreaming or not, but he thought he heard someone laughing a couple 100 meters behind their tent off in the woods. Eban instinctively turned to make sure his dad was still in the tent with him, and he was. And then Eban started listening really intently to what was happening outside. And all he could hear was silence, like it had been since they got in the woods. He didn't hear any more laughter. And so he said, okay, I must have just been dreaming, and there wasn't any laughter out there. And eventually, Eban went back to sleep. A little while later, Eben woke up suddenly again. Except this time, his dad was already awake and looking around anxiously. And Eben sat up and goes, what's going on? And his dad goes, shh. And he goes, can you hear that? And Eban listened. And to his horror, he heard laughing. He wasn't dreaming before. Eben also realized the laughter was not coming from the same area he had heard it. It was now coming from the opposite direction, and it was a lot closer to them. Eban very quietly and carefully explained to his dad that he had actually heard this laughter a couple hours earlier. And Eban's father turned to Eban and said, before we came out here, I asked the owner, should we expect any other hunters or campers or anybody nearby? And the owner said, this is private property and it's fenced in. There is no one there but you guys. After this revelation, they both turned their attention back to just listening because they were hoping this was just going to stop and whatever this was just going to leave. But it didn't leave. They heard footsteps running towards them from way off in the forest. And it was so quiet, it was really easy to hear these footsteps. And whatever this was charging towards them. And then it came to a complete stop, right at the edge of their clearing. At this point, Eben was now grabbing on to his father. Eban's father was holding on to his rifle, and he was getting ready to open the tent to confront whatever was out there. And right before he grabbed the zipper, this thing, this person, whatever it was, started laughing again. And it was practically right on top of them. It was so loud, they could hear it clear as day, right there, right outside their tent. And Eban's father took a deep breath. He grabbed the zipper, and as soon as he began moving it, the sound the zipper made caused the laughter to stop. They didn't hear footsteps, so they knew probably something was still out there, but the laughter stopped. Like it recognized that they were making noise. They were right there. They were in the tent. Eban's father froze with his hand on this zipper, and he was debating whether he should go outside or not. And before he could even make that decision, whatever this thing was turned around and ran back into the woods. And it was just gone. And for several minutes, they just sat like that, in total silence, praying that whatever this was gone for good. And after several minutes, when they didn't hear anything, there was no more laughing, there was no more running, Eban's father re-zipped up the tent, put his hand back down, and they were both left, just sitting there, thinking, what the heck just happened? Eban and his father would stay up all night, and they would barely speak, because whatever this thing was had heard them when they moved the zipper. And so they were really afraid of making any sound, even little sounds, because it was so quiet, sound traveled really far. And they didn't know who or what was out there. And so in silence, holding their guns, they were just waiting for the sun to come up. And as soon as it did, they were up and out of there. Literally running out of the forest, checking over their shoulder the whole time, all the way back to their truck. And so to this day, they have no idea who or what the heck was running around out there. And they told the owner of the property about it, and the owner just said, it's not possible. We have a totally gated and private piece of property, and there are cameras watching the only entrance. And you are the only ones that went in or out over that time period. And prior to that, we monitor this property. Nobody else was in there. In 2016, a 25-year-old Wall Street banker named Matt was camping near Mount Rainier in Washington state. His job was so hectic that in the rare times he got a chance to, he would disappear into the wilderness for a few days to clear his head. Despite living in one of the biggest cities in the world, Matt was actually a very competent outdoorsman. And so for this trip, he decided he would stay way off any trail, deep in the backcountry in random locations. On the first night, he found a nice clearing in the trees, and so he set up his campsite there. He ate some food over his fire, he pitched his tent, climbed inside, and within a few minutes, he was fast asleep. Several hours later, Matt woke up to some strange sounds coming from outside of his tent. It sounded like a couple of animals, or maybe one animal, moving around right outside. And so after a while of just hearing this constant sound, he rolled over and he barely unzipped his tent flap just to look out and see if he could see whatever animal it was. And what he saw shocked him. There was a man sitting in front of his fire pit. There was no fire in his fire pit. And the guy was just sitting there with his hands on his knees, looking straight down. And periodically, he would just kick his feet in the ashes of the fire pit. And Matt didn't even know what to do. So he was just looking at him through this little tiny gap in his tent. And this man all of a sudden looked up directly at Matt and made eye contact with him. And the guy's eyes went wide, and he stood up, turned around, and ran away from Matt's campsite. Matt had no idea how to react to this. And so he just quickly unzipped his tent, jumped outside, and shined his light into the forest looking for this guy. He was thinking to himself, who is this guy? I am in the middle of nowhere in the backcountry of Washington state. How long was he sitting outside there for? What does he want? And so as Matt was trying to make sense of this totally weird thing, he was thinking, okay, I'm going to look out and I'm going to see his flashlight somewhere, or I'm going to see his campsite. You know, maybe he's set up nearby. And he was looking around into the total darkness. He was looking through all the trees. Any light source anywhere out there, he would see. And there was not one. There was no fire, there was no flashlight, there was nothing. And so eventually, Matt went back inside of his tent. He zipped it up, and he was just left kind of dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how some person was just sitting outside of his tent for no apparent reason and then vanished into the forest without even turning on a flashlight. And so after a very restless night, finally the sun came up again, and Matt was very relieved. He stepped outside, and after a little bit of time now from this strange incident, Matt started to tell himself that all that was is some guy happened to set up his campsite nearby. It is possible, albeit rare because we're in the backcountry, and maybe he was just intoxicated and he wandered over here, and, stranger things have happened. So that's probably all it was. And so Matt felt like there was nothing to worry about. He packed up his campsite and he began hiking into the forest. Matt didn't have a planned route. Instead, he had a map and a compass, and he began just kind of wandering in the forest, kind of exploring wherever he wanted to go. And over the next 2 days, he covered at least 10, maybe 15 miles in kind of random zigzag directions. He found a nice clearing, and he set up another campsite. That night, he set up a fire, and he was eating some food near his fire. And then, as he was sitting there, he heard rustling coming from behind him. And he was pretty sure it was an animal, so he turned around and he didn't see anything, and he went back to eating his food. And then, a little while later, he heard some more rustling behind him. And this time, he couldn't really just write it off. Clearly, there was something behind him that was moving around. And so he stood up, turned around, and remained motionless, and just listened, expecting to see maybe a deer come out of the woods. But instead, he heard a man's voice come out of the darkness that said, "Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?" And Matt's heart started racing. He knew that even though he couldn't see him, it had to be the same guy he saw 2 days ago, because they were in the middle of nowhere. He hadn't seen any other hikers or campers or anyone. And clearly, this guy had the ability to sneak up on him. And so he was thinking, what does this guy want? I just spent the past 2 days hiking in random directions for 15 miles, and he must have followed me. And so Matt, not knowing what else to do, just said, "I don't know where Bell's Canyon is." And then there was silence. And Matt, one part of him was thinking, I hope this guy does not come into the light. I hope he just goes away. The other part of him was thinking, well, maybe this is a different person that is lost, and they're looking for this place called Bell's Canyon. And they'll come into the light, it'll be a big relief, I'll send them on their merry way, and everything will be fine. But as Matt was having this wishful thinking, the voice from the shadows did not come any closer, but instead asked the same question, a bit more forcefully this time. "Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?" This time, Matt did not respond. Now he was scared. This was not some friendly hiker looking for directions. There was something wrong. And so Matt, knowing he was all alone out here, he knew he had to do something to try to take control of this situation. And so he took a deep breath, he reached down and grabbed his flashlight, and in one swift motion, he lifted his light up and shined it in the direction of this guy's voice. And what he saw was this guy from 2 days ago looking out from behind a tree right in Matt's direction. He was hiding from him. And when the light hit him, the man barked at Matt to aim it away. And Matt kind of instinctively lowered his light, but now he was too scared to raise it again. And now he knew it was the same guy. This guy had been following him for 2 days. And so for several minutes, Matt just stood there absolutely terrified. And this guy, he just stayed out there. Matt didn't hear him move. It was just a complete standstill. And then the silence was broken yet again by this voice. Except somehow he had moved even closer to Matt. And when he came through asking the same question, "Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?" his voice was so close to Matt that Matt got scared and raised his light up. And the man was standing just a few feet away from him, and this time the man's eyes got wide like they did the first time they saw Matt. And he turned around and he ran into the forest again. Matt, not knowing any better, just began running after him. But he only ran for about 30 seconds before he realized the terrain out here was so rough, he was going to fall, get hurt, he was going to get lost. and this guy was already long gone. He had somehow managed to run immediately so far away, and so Matt just went back to his campsite, and he was thinking to himself, what do I do? I have no cell phone service. I'm at least 3 days away from my car, and I'm in the middle of nowhere. No one even knows where I am because I didn't chart a course, I didn't tell anyone where I was going to be. And so Matt just grabbed his knife and stood in the middle of the campsite, and for hours and hours, he just kept looking around, expecting this guy to just show up again or start speaking to him from somewhere out in the darkness. It was absolutely horrifying. Finally, by about 3 in the morning, Matt was so tired that he had to go to sleep. He hadn't heard this guy again. He didn't see him again. And he figured, I need a little bit of sleep because tomorrow he was going to pack up his campsite and begin this epic journey back to his car. And so he climbed in his tent and he had a very restless next couple of hours. Then the sun came up. Matt jumped out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and began practically running in the direction of his car. All day as he was hiking, Matt kept looking over his shoulder, expecting to see this guy, because clearly he had followed him for multiple days over 15 miles. And so the likelihood that he was still following him was really high. And so all day, Matt just felt like he was being watched. He was totally terrified. And then the sun started to go down, and Matt knew he would have to camp out again. And so he found a clearing in the trees, he set up his campsite, and he was so tired from running basically all day and being so mentally exhausted from this experience that he just got in his tent and fell asleep very quickly. But several hours later, he woke up to the sound of somebody walking around his tent. And he knew it had to be this guy. He was still in the middle of nowhere. He wasn't even close to the parking lot yet. And so this guy was still following him. And so Matt sat up in his tent, he clutched his knife, and for hours and hours and hours, all night, this guy just walked around his campsite, and then around 4 or 5 in the morning, he scampered off. When the sun finally came up, Matt leapt out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and literally just began running in the direction of his car, hoping that maybe he could get there before needing to camp out one more night. And so all day as he moved, he was looking over his shoulder, knowing this guy was following him. At this point, it wasn't even a question. He was somewhere in the forest, but he could never see him. And unfortunately, as the sun was setting, he knew he was not going to be able to make it to his car. He was just too far away. And so at some point, when it got too dark to keep moving, he had to find a clearing and set up his tent again. And so Matt climbed inside of his tent, he zipped it up behind him, he grabbed his knife, and he sat there expecting to hear this guy come walking around. But after several hours, he didn't hear him. And Matt started to wonder, maybe this guy had left me alone finally. Maybe he's not following me anymore. And so Matt, who was totally exhausted, laid down to go to sleep. And then as he was laying there from somewhere out in the woods, do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon? Matt immediately sat up. His heart began racing so fast that he actually was concerned he might have a heart attack. And he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say. So he just sat there holding his knife. And then this guy began running past his campsite, making animal sounds. And he would stop periodically and moan and grunt, and he'd kick up leaves. And then he'd run past his campsite again, over and over and over again, until the sun finally came up, and this guy scampered off back into the woods. Matt didn't waste any time. He leapt out of his tent, packed his stuff up, and ran all the way back to his car. When he finally got inside of his car, shut the door, and locked it, he cried tears of joy. He was so unbelievably relieved, and he peeled out of the parking lot. He got to a nearby hotel, he finally got cell phone reception, and he considered calling the police about this guy. But he thought, what am I going to tell them? He didn't commit a crime, he was just terrifying. And so he decided not to call the police. He finally flew back to New York, And he just had to accept that there was some strange guy out in the wilderness of Washington state who was able to hunt him over 3 days and 30 miles in rugged terrain without the use of a flashlight, without any gear. And all he ever said to Matt was, "Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?" In the summer of 1906, there was this couple, Dr. William Clark and his wife Harriet. They were up in northwestern Connecticut, and they were driving along this winding country road in a place called Litchfield County. As they were driving along, it was so scenic and beautiful, with rolling hills and green everywhere. What they were doing was looking for a location in this area that could serve as a location for their second home. Dr. Clark was an oncologist, and they lived back in New York City, where he and his wife lived kind of a fabulous life. He was super successful. He was not only an oncologist, he was a big-time professor as well. And so they lived this amazing life in New York. But their lives were really hectic. New York City is a hectic place. Add in the fact that they were very social people, always going out and going to functions and this and that. And so they had some extra money, and they wanted to buy or build a second home that would kind of serve as their retreat away from the city. After looking all around the country, they found Litchfield County was kind of like the opposite of New York City. Very few people were living there at the time, and again, it was this beautiful scenic place. And so it just seemed kind of like the perfect spot. So again, Dr. Clark and Harriet, they're just driving along on a beautiful day. And they eventually, in Litchfield County, they reach this beautiful red wood-covered bridge, and they go over it. And when they got to the other side, their field of view opened up because there weren't as many trees right on the other side of this bridge. And they suddenly had this view up and to the right, maybe half a mile away or something, of this weirdly shaded forest. Now you have to remember that basically everywhere they were looking, there were trees everywhere. It was very densely forested. But there was just this one kind of rise, like a pretty big prominent hill that was really dark, like totally shaded. And it was because there were two mountains or two hills on either side of it, almost creating like a valley. And so it just looked like, wow, that's a very shaded forest. And as you'll see, it's actually called the Dark Entry Forest, in part because of how shaded it is. And so they had just come out of this bridge, and they were seeing this area up on this hill. There were no buildings, nothing. It was just trees. And there was just something immediately about it that really stood out to Dr. Clark and his wife. And they noticed that the road they were on, there appeared to be like an access road that kind of splintered off the road they were on that appeared to go up into that forest, the Dark Entry Forest. And so they looked at each other and they were like, hey, let's go up there. Maybe that's the place where we can find our spot for our second home. And so Dr. Clark pulled off the main road, went on the access road, and he began making his way up towards this kind of darkened forest area. And really quickly, the road itself was very overgrown. At first, it seemed like it was relatively well maintained, but the farther up they went towards this dark forest, the rougher it got. To the point where Dr. Clark couldn't even drive on it. There were too many potholes and everything. So they ended up pulling the car over and parking. And at this point, they were actually in a bit of a clearing, and they could actually see up ahead of them where they parked. It looked almost like an entry point to the forest. The tree line was right in front of them, and there was kind of like a gap in the trees where this rugged road kind of continued into the forest, and they continued walking on foot towards the entry of this forest. Again, it was a beautiful, scenic, very sunny, beautiful day. They were super excited, and they walked into the shade of the forest, and right away, it was like all the sunlight basically vanished. But not in a spooky way, kind of like they lowered the brightness slightly. And it was very quiet. The canopy in Dark Entry Forest is known for being really, really thick, and so not much light was pushing through. But it created almost like they were walking into a bubble. It was just pure, unadulterated silence and peace. And as they were walking on this road, which quickly became mostly like a little path, it didn't even look like a road at some point. It was just kind of like grass that had been pushed down. Clearly, not many people or anything were coming into this forest, at least not from this direction. And as they were walking along, they were looking around, and they were like, this place is so beautiful. I mean, it was already beautiful, but this was especially beautiful. Like they walked maybe a couple hundred feet into the forest, and off to their right was this apple orchard. Untouched, no one was taking these apples. It was just like a wild apple orchard. And there were deer that were just eating the apples off the tree. And they were looking over at Dr. Clark and his wife, and they were completely unafraid. They didn't see people, so this was not terrifying for them. Deer just eating their apples. And then on the other side of the road, there were these huge fields full of flowers that, again, trees were everywhere, but there were all these flowers at the bases of the trees. Lilies and roses and yellow bitter tansies, or things, that's what they're called. So all these beautiful flowers. And then at some point, as they walked a little bit farther into this dark entry forest, the sunlight that was poking through, it was hitting the ground in such a way that it was actually sparkling. Because this forest was actually on a hillside, and there was this mineral called mica. If you're familiar, it's like this little translucent, it almost looks like kind of clouded glass that's actually a mineral that comes from the ground. And when the sunlight hits it, it kind of looks like it sparkles. And so they were looking around at these wild animals that were unafraid of them, and flowers, and there were babbling brooks and streams. I mean, it was like out of a Disney movie. This was like a perfect place. And so by the time the couple came out of Dark Entry Forest, and this was only, they walked around for maybe an hour or so, by the time they were coming out, they were completely sold that that was going to be where they went ahead and bought their land to build a second home. And so they went back to New York City and they put in the paperwork to buy the land. And they bought 1,000 acres in this forest, which is ridiculous to imagine, just casually buying 1,000 acres anywhere. But they did. They bought their 1,000 acres. And as soon as they had it, as soon as it was finalized, Dr. Clark began calling around to all these builders, local builders in Connecticut, that could help him build his home. And he had no intention of building some humongous home. They bought a huge amount of land, but they only wanted to build a small cabin. But despite the job being relatively simple, and despite Dr. Clark offering quite a bit of money to anybody who was willing to go out there and build this for him, none of the builders would do it. They never really gave a straight answer to Dr. Clark about why they would not go into Dark Entry Forest. But universally, no one would do it. And so Dr. Clark, he definitely was discouraged by that, but he just kind of chalked it up to, okay, so obviously it's kind of an isolated place. It's relatively hard to get into Dark Entry Forest. And where they had bought this land, it was pretty far into the forest. And so he just decided, okay, it just might not be worth it for them. It's logistically kind of a nightmare. They don't want to do it. And so Dr. Clark was undeterred, and he decided he would just build the house himself. Dr. Clark, he grew up on a farm in New Jersey. He was a very handy guy. He had built buildings before, so this was something he could do. And so over the next several months, every weekend, Dr. Clark would make his way on his own to Dark Entry Forest. And it also was full of owls that were hooting all the time. So there was like this audio of being in this forest, which was really intense. Like there were owls hooting constantly. And actually, Dr. Clark and Harriet thought it was really cute that these owls, it seemed like they were almost personally greeting them as they came into the forest. And so Dr. Clark, every weekend for several months, he would go into Dark Entry Forest and be greeted by the owls. And he would go to the land where the 1,000-acre land was, and actually he had identified this one kind of flat spot in the 1,000 acres that was good for building a home. And so the first thing he did over these several weekends he was out there is he just cut down this massive swath of hemlock trees, just kind of clearing out that flat area. And then he chopped up the trees, he cut down into lumber, and he used that to build a rustic, simple 2-story cabin. And then after this cabin was built, kind of up on this hill, there happened to be another hill not too far away from the cabin where there was a freshwater spring right at the top. And so Dr. Clark, he went up and laid piping from the freshwater spring down to his cabin, so they had fresh water in the cabin. And then down the hill from where the cabin was constructed was a small brook, and Dr. Clark, he found himself always going down and just staring into this beautiful brook because there were all these trout, because nobody fished out here. This was like an abandoned place, basically. There were all these trout just swimming around, unencumbered, just leaping out of the water. And so he ended up actually building a swimming pool right next to the brook, specifically so he could sit in the swimming pool and watch the trout. And so by Thanksgiving of that year, so 1906, by Thanksgiving, the property was done. The cabin had been built, everything was done. And so that holiday season, Dr. Clark and Harriet and their whole family would come out and they would spend the holidays, sitting in their pool, watching the trout and just having a wonderful time. And really, for many years, every summer and every major holiday, the Clark family would come out to their beautiful dark entry cabin and they would stay there. And it was really perfect. That is until 1918. In 1918, in the summer, Dr. Clark and Harriet were at their cabin and they were having a nice time when Dr. Clark got word that he was actually being called back to New York City for an emergency. Remember, he's an oncologist, so these things happen. And he was called back. And for whatever reason, Harriet, who normally likely would have joined him and just gone back to New York with him, she decided to stay. I mean, they had been coming here for years by this point, so she probably felt somewhat comfortable. Although admittedly, she was very unhappy about this. She didn't want to be there alone. But again, she decided to stay. But she told Dr. Clark, because she didn't know how long he would actually be in New York, and he didn't really know either, but she said, "You have to promise me you'll be back here as soon as you possibly can." And Dr. Clark would tell her that, "I'll do my best, should be back here in maybe, a couple of days from now. And I promise you, I will come home as soon as I possibly can." And so Dr. Clark packed up his things, and he and his wife, they left their cabin. They walked their way down the trail, listening to the owls and looking at the mica sparkling on the ground. And they left the forest, and they made their way to a nearby train station, which actually was not that far away from the entry to the forest. And Harriet dropped off her husband, and she watched as he boarded and it began taking off, and he disappeared to go to New York. And Dr. Clark, as he's vanishing, traveling on this train, he's thinking to himself that, okay, I'll be in New York just for a couple of days, I'll be home, I'll be back in no time. Little did he know, over the course of time he was going to be in New York, his wife would endure something that is just truly horrifying. So before I explain to you what happened after Dr. Clark left, you need to understand some history about this forest. History that Dr. Clark and Harriet did not look into before deciding to purchase these 1,000 acres. Because had they done the research into this area, they likely would not have bought the land. So there actually used to be a town that was settled in the dark entry forest. It was called Dudleytown, and it was settled in the 1740s. And at first, it was just a couple of families just getting by. But pretty quickly, it grew to about 30 families and several structures and houses and the whole 9 yards. It was a small community inside of this beautiful forest, and things were great. For a small town in the 1700s, things were stable. But starting in the end of the 1700s, like in the 1790s, up till about the 1800s, things started to go really, really badly in Dudleytown. And in fact, because of how badly it went, it earned this conclusion that Dudleytown had to be cursed. And that lore had spread around, which is actually why those builders refused to do the work for Dr. Clark, because they believed it was a cursed place. So this is what led to it being believed to be cursed. And I'll tell you, it's pretty creepy. So it started with the Carter family. The Carter family was a big family inside of Dudleytown. And it was in 1792, there was this cholera epidemic that broke out in this small town, and 6 members of the Carter family died really suddenly from cholera. And the remaining members of the Carter family, which was significant, I think there were a dozen people still left, might have been a few less than that, but a pretty good chunk of people, they were so grief-stricken from the loss that they decided to just literally abandon their houses in Dudleytown and go back to New York City, where they happened to be from as well, same as Dr. Clark. But as soon as they got to New York, they were massacred by natives that lived in the area. And the only people that survived this massacre were 3 children. And the 3 children were kidnapped and never seen again. And so that was the start of bad things happening to people in Dudleytown. The next thing that happened is there was a guy named Hollister. We don't know his last name, but he either fell off a roof or he was pushed. We don't really know, but either way, he died. But he died on or near another person's home, whose name was Tanner. So Hollister died and died on or near Tanner's home. And after Hollister died, which again, it was shrouded in mystery, Tanner, the owner of the home where this guy died, he began talking obsessively, and it's documented, obsessively about strange creatures lurking around the tree line inside of Dark Entry Forest, right around Dudleytown, every night. That was all he saw. So a guy dies, and all of a sudden, Tanner is noticing all these strange creatures. And he's telling everybody in town that there's something going on here. Nobody believed him. And so slowly, Tanner, every night, he would see whatever he was seeing, and it drove him insane, completely insane, to the point where he couldn't even function, and his wife and his daughter had to take care of him until he passed away. And as Tanner was losing his mind, his next-door neighbor, whose name was Abel, began to talk as well about these creatures that were coming to the edge of the tree line surrounding Dudleytown most nights. And just like Tanner, Abel as well slowly lost his mind over these creatures because nobody believed him. And then all the way up until just past the 1800s, so many people just randomly died in Dudleytown. Some from disease, for sure, but others, they'd just be found dead. And then many people as well began citing these strange creatures that were lurking all around. By 1900, the only family that was still alive in Dudleytown was this family called the Brophies. And it was a fairly big family. And the mother, she suddenly died of cholera. The 2 sons, they were accused of theft in another town and then fled and vanished. And so literally, it was down to John Brophy, the actual last person who was living in Dudleytown. And one night, he didn't know why, apparently, but his cabin burned to the ground. And after his cabin, or while his cabin was burning, people were called out, they saw the smoke, they came out to put out this fire. And the last anyone saw of John, who had lost his whole family, he'd lost everything, is he just turned and walked deeper and deeper into the forest and was never seen again. And no one could find him. That was it. And that was the last person who lived in Dudleytown. And that marked the moment that Dudleytown went from still being occupied to being a literal ghost town. And you can actually look up the newspaper article that documented the moment when Dudleytown became a ghost town. No one lived there. A few years later is when Dr. Clark and Harriet were taking their stroll through Litchfield County and up into Dark Entry Forest and saying, wow, this is the place for us. And they saw the ruins of Dudleytown. They walked past the crumbling foundations of these old homes, and there were all these remnants of this town that was still there. But much the way they viewed the owls as being kind of charming, they also viewed this rundown old town that was gone as kind of cute. And it made them want to stay there more. So they were aware of the town, but didn't do the research. Apparently, Dudleytown was cursed, and that is where they bought their land. So fast forward to 1918. Dr. Clark, he's left for this emergency trip to New York, and it would turn out he was only needed in New York for 36 hours. It was as short as he could have expected it to be. So, less than 2 days later, keeping his word to his wife, he was back on a train and he was heading back to that stop where Harriet had dropped him off near the Dark Entry Forest. And although this was rare, that doctor, Clark would leave his wife in the cabin. He expected her to be waiting for him at the train station. They didn't have an exact time that he was going to be there because it wasn't entirely planned, but he had said, "I'll be here in like 1 or 2 days max." And so he just kind of expected his wife to check the schedule and be at the train platform. But as he's pulling into the station, he sees his wife is not there. Now, this was not some huge cause for concern, but it was enough of a red flag that as he's pulling into the station, Dr. Clark was thinking, something feels off. And so he ended up going from the train station and he actually walked the rest of the way. He didn't take a car or anything. He walked to that access road and made his way up to the entry of Dark Entry Forest. And as soon as he walked into the forest, so it was daylight out, he stepped into the canopy and it was dark again. And remember, it used to feel so welcoming and wonderful going into that forest. It was so peaceful. But now it had a different feel. He stepped into the forest and suddenly it felt threatening. It felt ominous. And the owls that were hooting the whole time he stepped in, it didn't feel like they were greeting him. It felt like they were telling him to leave. But he had to find his wife. And he was thinking, she's up at the cabin. That's where we need to go. And so he began kind of jogging, fast walking. He was getting a little nervous through the forest. And as he was moving through, the sounds of these owls were getting louder and louder and louder and more threatening. Until finally, when he got to the clearing, when he could actually look up and see where he built his cabin up on this hill, it was like a cacophony of noise. It was just constant hooting, almost like it didn't even sound like hooting. It was just a loud sound that was constant. And so Dr. Clark was starting to panic. But he got even more panicked when he looked up at the cabin. He didn't see his wife, but he saw the front door to this cabin was slightly ajar. And so Dr. Clark, he ran the rest of the way up the hill, owls hooting the whole time. He got to the door and he was terrified. He knew there was something wrong here, but he got the courage, he opened up the front door, and the second he stepped into this home, which he had loved and spent years and years in with his family, he stepped in and everything was different. Instead of it being peaceful, he now felt this almost high-pitched sound, like inside of his head for a second. And he was confused. And then he heard what sounded like maniacal laughter coming from the second floor. He didn't see anybody on the first floor. He thought it was his wife. And so he charged upstairs. He got to the landing, and he saw the door to his bedroom, where he would expect his wife to be, was slightly open. And he could hear this laughter coming from inside of this room, this maniacal, crazy, loud, high-pitched laughter. And he was totally panicked. He went to the door, and he opened it up. And there, in the back corner of the bedroom, was his wife. And she was in the fetal position. And her mouth had been opened as wide as it could go. And the laughter that he was hearing was coming out of her body, but her jaw wasn't moving. Her chest was heaving, and this maniacal laughter was just coming out of her as she stared him dead in the eyes. And so Dr. Clark, he was so terrified at what he was seeing and all the hooting and all this craziness going on that he just turned and ran away. We don't know what happened to Harriet Clark over those 36 hours that her husband was gone, but something happened to her. And when she was taken away from this cabin, the only thing she would say is, the strange creatures kept coming back. I kept seeing strange creatures, the same thing that all the people in Dudleytown had said that caused them to flee the town. And so we don't know exactly what became of Harriet. There is one account that says she was forever. She went to a mental hospital and stayed there until she passed. Another account says she went back to New York with Dr. Clark, where she took her life. But either way, the final thing was she claimed to have seen the strange creatures and lost her mind as well. Following this story, Dark Entry Forest really took on this unbelievable legend I mean, people knew about this story, they knew about the legend of the 1700s and 1800s, but this felt recent. This was a documented case of this doctor's wife. And so it spawned a lot of people going into Dark Entry Forest to see what's out there. And lots of people who went into that forest before it became illegal reported feeling phantom hands slapping them on the back and feeling really intense pockets of cold air. And actually, the very famous paranormal couple, Ed and Lorraine Warren, in the 1970s, they went out and ran a special series about what happened in the Dark Entry Forest. And they came out and said, absolutely, that forest is demonically possessed. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya.